evening, everyone. We are ready to begin. This Planning Commission meeting is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded and can be viewed live on City of Las Vegas TV on Cox Cable Channel 2. You can also watch the meeting live online and access other city content by visiting lasvegasnevada.gov/connect. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on City of Las Vegas TV the Saturday after the meeting at 10 a.m., Monday at midnight, and the following Tuesday at 6 p.m. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Chair Taylor.
Present.
Vice Chair Kasama.
Present.
Commissioner Schlottman.
Present.
Commissioner Rogan.
Present.
Commissioner DeSalvio.
Present.
Commissioner LeBeau.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. I call to your attention the information printed in your agenda concerning our actions and the appeal and review process if appropriate. Please read this carefully, and if you have any questions, staff is available. Also, the second page of the agenda contains our rules of conduct. We appreciate you are adhering to these rules so we can have a smooth meeting. Thank you. Next up is public comment. During this portion of the agenda, comments must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made under this item for specific action items will be cross-referenced to those items. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? Good evening.
Hello, for the record, Patricia Reed, last name is R-E-I-D, address is on file. This is to voice my opposition for item number 18, which is regarding the proposed changes to 5924 West Lone Mountain Road. I've lived in this area for over 30 years. Oops, my phone just decided to get really funky here. Fortunately, the majority of the land in this area has been developed. But there's a vacant dirt parcel next to this business that I fear they will purchase so that they'll be able to expand. I now do oppose this. It started as what appeared to be a family-owned company, but the business has continued to grow and develop beyond what it was zoned for. Correct me if I'm wrong, but shouldn't the zoning issues be done before the work has happened? One asked that it be changed from residential to service commercial, another to limited commercial, another to limited material and lumberyard use in a residential area. Los Prados is located next to this parcel, very close to the parcel. I live across the street in Rancho Altamira. Probably shouldn't have said that, but anyway. The business is now requesting permission to do what they've already been doing. The biggest issue that I have is behind their covered gate. They say that they need to bring in materials, but it appears that they have a pile of sand there in the center that they've been driving their vehicles around. We do not need a construction yard in this area. We do not need dirt, extra sand, or other materials to be blowing throughout the windy season. And I'm disappointed that the commission is recommending approval to an entity that is obviously not played by the rules. The property has already been developed into a business. Is there not a penalty or fine for this? I ask that you at least deny the zoning one and sup one requests. Why would you reward them for not following the law? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else under this item? Come on down, sir. Folks, if you're going to speak on an item, rules for tonight are please come down as soon as that item is called so we can have an efficient meeting. Please state your name for the record and let us know what you're referring to. Kyle
McGuire. That's KYLE-MCG-UIRE. This would be for project number 25-0459. They're applying for a variance to have child care in the neighborhood. Unfortunately, what's happened is they've moved in, they have a disabled child, and they had a license, I believe, to have round-the-clock care at home for that child. What they've done is they've parlayed that into a round-the-clock daycare facility where there's school buses that come to the actual house to pick up disabled children. The thing is, I have school buses backing up and turning around the corner where that's located, which is on a corner lot. There's parking problems in the neighborhood. In fact, that's what they're here for, was to have less parking and continue doing what they're doing. They don't have adequate parking. The argument for it is, but there's the side of our house. That would be unfortunately, that side of the house, they have their permanent staff there. So when their clients show up, they fill up the street, sometimes double parking as it is. And then at about 8 o'clock in the morning, the first of the school buses comes through. It's a small cul-de-sac street. It's really not the thing to have there. A daycare is great, and I understand that if you have a disabled child and the school bus needs to come pick them up at home, that's totally understandable, but that's 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon, not 2 or 3 in the morning and 3 in the afternoon. Sometimes it takes 5-10 minutes to get outside of my house. I happen to have several of my neighbors here as well who would, love to at least speak up on it, or at least agree with what we've all talked, and these are what our concerns are. So anyway, thank you for your time.
For anyone who is here on those items, you can speak to your opposition or your support for an item when the item is called. This is just another opportunity, so you don't have to come down if you don't want to. You're welcome to. Anybody else wishing to make public comment at this time? Okay, please come down.
Hello.
Hello.
Steve Pache, Stevepeache. I'm on item number 23. It's a big apartment building to be built in the corner of Alta and Tonopah in the medical district. And I just don't feel, with a bunch of other neighbors, there's enough adequate parking for that high rise, 7 stories tall, with 154 parking spots. No, it was 130 parking spots, I think, and 154 units. That's not even 1 parking spot per unit, and we're afraid they're going to come into our residential neighborhood across the street and start parking in front of our houses, blocking mailboxes. And are you going to be putting parking meters into a residential neighborhood? That's a question I have. Is that a possibility? So should I wait till the agenda comes up and talk to someone about that? I don't know, but you don't have enough parking spots for sure. And this is already in a medical district that's very crowded already.
Yep.
And it's beautiful what they've done there with the streets and the Maryland Parkway and the lights they've done there is nice stuff, but we're just worried about the overflow coming in, and you're going to have businesses in there too. Would there be a limit on selling alcohol?
Well, sir, just to let you know, the applicant has asked that this item be held for 30 days. So this item is not going to be heard tonight.
It's on
Sorry.
the agenda.
Yeah, I understand that, but
Thank you.
next item up would have been our housekeeping, so you could have gotten the list of what's
Yes.
changing. So you can also always.
I can talk to the gentleman in charge of Ward 1 too, I guess.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, sir. Anybody else for public comment under this item? No? Okay, with that, I will close public comment under item 4, and we'll move on to item 5, which is for possible action to approve the final minutes for the Planning Commission meeting of December 9th, 2025. May we have a motion to approve the minutes of the Planning Commission meeting of December 9th, 25?
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes of the Planning Commission meeting of December 9th, 2025.
Thank you. There is a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. And that motion carries. Please post. Okay, thank you. So next is moving on to our housekeeping items. Are there any items that commissioners, staff, applicants, or members of the public would like to pull forward for action? And I do have one, but we can let everybody else go through their housekeeping items first.
All right, Madam Chair, staff has some housekeeping items for you. Fred Solis for the record. The applicant is requesting to hold item 12 to the February 10th Planning Commission meeting. The applicant is requesting to withdraw without prejudice item 20. The applicant is requesting to hold item 26 to the February 10th Planning Commission meeting. Staff is requesting to hold item 34 to the February 10th Planning Commission meeting. Staff is requesting to hold item 36 to the February 10th Planning Commission meeting. And the applicant is requesting to hold item 23 to the February 10th Planning Commission meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would like to have item 10 brought forward for the public hearing items. Okay. So with that, is there anybody who wishes to be heard on any of these items that we just listed? Okay, hearing none, Vice Chair, can you please make a motion on these housekeeping items?
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to hold in abeyance to the February 10th Planning Commission meeting, item 12, to withdraw without prejudice, item 20, to hold in abeyance to the February 10th Planning Commission meeting for item 26, to hold in abeyance to the February 10th Planning Commission meeting for item 34, to hold in abeyance to the February 10th Planning Commission meeting for item 36, and to also hold in abeyance to the February 10th Planning Commission meeting for item 23. And with that, Chair, I also would ask item 10 be brought forward to public hearing.
Thank you very much. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. Please post, and that motion carries. Okay, consent items, that's what's next. Consent items are considered routine by the Planning Commission, may be enacted by one motion. However, any item may be discussed if a commission member or applicant so desires. Vice Chair, may I have a motion for approval on consent items 7 and 8?
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve items 7 and 8 on the consent agenda.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. Please post, and that motion carries.
And Madam Chair, those items are final action unless appealed to the city clerk in 7 days.
Thank you. Okay, one motion, one vote. The following are items that may be considered in one motion, one vote. They are considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items with a staff recommendation of approval. All public hearings and non-public hearings will be opened at one time. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the Planning Commission not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this part of the agenda. So number 9, 25-0471, SUP1, applicant Warm Massage LLC, owner Charleston Festival Retail LLC, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for proposed massage establishment use with waivers of distance, separation requirements from residentially zoned property, an individual care center license for more than 12 children, and a school where 400 feet is required at 6340 West Charleston Boulevard, Suite number 130, Ward 1, Knutson. This item was noticed as public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on this item? Okay, seeing none, I will close public hearing and would request a motion on our one motion, one vote item.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the items on one motion, one vote.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor.
For agenda item 9.
Yeah, there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. Okay, please post, and that motion carries.
And Madam Chair, that item will go on to City Council on February 18th.
Okay, we are now going to move on to the public hearing portion of the agenda, starting with item number 10. I hope that the applicant is here. 25-0557, VAR1, applicant Ativan Homes, Summit Homes of Nevada LLC, owner Donald 8 LLC, for possible action on land use entitlement project request to reduce the required 50% fee contribution for deferred improvements along Donald Road to 0% as outlined in approved tentative map 25-0027 TMP1, condition of approval number 8 at the northeast corner of Donald Road and Leon Avenue, Ward 6, Bruni. May I have the staff report, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Condition of approval number 8 from the approved subdivision tentative map required a variance if there was any change to the amount of contribution made by the developer for street improvements. Since the approval of the tentative map, it has been determined that Donald Road will be constructed to rural standards and the developer will make contributions based on those standards. While this would typically be an administrative review and approval, per the conditions of the approved tentative map, a variance has been submitted which staff supports. Please note there's been additional documentation of protest after publication. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, sir. If you could please state your name and spell it for the record, give us your address, and tell us about this item.
Yeah, my name is Jeff Thompson, 6030 South Jones Boulevard. Thompson is Thomson, on behalf of the client here representing this item. So this project was originally entitled on an 8-lot cul-de-sac, and we had originally planned to come in and install full off-sites, full half-street improvements, curb, gutter, sidewalk on Leon as well as Donald. And in going through our review process with staff, it was informed to us that the neighbors and staff would like it to be, Donald to be rural, to keep that rural preservation in that rural area. So they asked us to remove our request to put in full off-sites, curb, gutter, and sidewalk, and leave it rural. And not only to just leave the asphalt and now curb, but they asked us to then use their rural standard in the city of Las Vegas, which is to then install a 6-foot wide valley gutter at the edge of the pavement, and then DG after that all the way to the right-of-way. So because of all this, and the client with good intent was going to put well the off-sites, now we had to build this rural standard as well as do a contribution fee to something that should remain rural for a good while from there on out. So in the original NOFA, it was discussed that this could come back as a variance to remove this portion due to all of that has transpired. And so that's why we're here today, is to we're still going to pay for the deferrals of the streetlights. The neighbors didn't want streetlights on Leon, so those are still being paid for Leon. But for Donald, because we're doing that rural standard of the 6-foot valley gutter, and we were going to put full off-sites, we're asking to remove that deferral fee completely because, again, in good intent, we wanted to put it there, and now we're doing this other standard that should take up our lifetime as well.
Okay, thank you very much. This item has been noticed for public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on item number 10? Okay, seeing none, I will close public hearing. I will turn it over back to the commission, starting for any questions, starting with me, because I do have a question, and then we'll pass it to the other commissioners, and I may need some follow-up from Public Works. And maybe this is a question for Public Works. So, or for both of you guys. Explain to me about the streetlights. So I understand the valley gutters. I understand that that's why you're asking for the deferral fee to be removed. And you did say you're going to pay for the streetlights on Leon.
On Leon, as
Yep.
well as our cul-de-sac street as well.
Okay. But then wouldn't you normally, so then this is a question for Public Works. Wouldn't they normally have to also pay a deferral fee for streetlights on Donald?
They are not being required to because they are built to the rural standard.
And the rural standard is
Does not
no
have
streetlights.
streetlights.
Okay. And so what happens if at some point there is a requirement by the city or a need by the city for streetlights to go in on Donald?
They have signed a covenant running with the land, which will have the neighborhood install the improvements, the streetlights.
So because it was built to rural standards, then if there is a subsequent need to put those streetlights in, the homeowners who are purchasing these properties are the ones that are going to bear the burden of paying for that infrastructure.
I am not sure if it's the homeowners or or if it's the
Or
original
HOA.
builder.
Well, the HOA is the homeowners at the end of the day. So, okay. All right. Anyone else have any questions? Trinity? Oh, sorry, Commissioner DeSalvio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, this is exactly the problem I had as the planning commission for that area for 5 years too. We're not going to put that burden back on the homeowners and get hit with a SID or a lid. So there was always a contribution that was given in consideration in lieu of, so that way if the off-sites were required, whether it be streetlights, curbs, gutters, whatever, and we hope that doesn't happen in that area. That's why we live in Ward 6 and we love it. But should it happen, we don't want to then put it back on those homeowners. And that's for the reason why I can't support this agenda item that way. Everybody has to contribute. It's been that way forever and a day, even prior to the current councilwoman, the previous one, and the one before that. We've always made sure that the burdens weren't put back on the homeowners that walked into something and realized now all of a sudden he's requiring something, and then it's on the backs of them. There was always a contribution done by the developer to make sure that that money was in place, so if something happened, then it was covered. We just don't want to get anybody hit with any outside things. So for that reason, unless it's changed or you agree to contribute to it, I couldn't support the item.
Commissioner Schlottman.
Yes, I remember for years, there was about a 5-year stretch where every developer came in to the city of Las Vegas requesting to defer their streets and sidewalks. And we started seeing some of these areas where sidewalks were having to go in, and it was costing the city. And it got to become this thing to where every developer said, oh, well, the neighbors don't want it, so we're not going to do it. And they used that as the reason to, ask for the deferral and to get us to buy off on this. And, you could ask Kemper Crowell. They brought a ton of these to us throughout the years. And every one of them I denied for years. And I said, until we get a text amendment that says that developers will start paying for the infrastructure on these new developments, that way, the developer's not just using it as an excuse to not put it in because the neighbors are saying that, and we're not putting that burden back on those homeowners. I said, I'll never vote for one of these. Finally, the city brought us a text amendment, and after that, I started approving these. So this is, there's nothing different about this. I'd hate to buy into a community only to find out here in 15 years, I get a $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 assessment. And it could be a $30,000 assessment in the future. So I got to go back to my roots of where this whole thing started, and I can't support something with the deferral.
Anybody else? Yeah, and that's part of the reason I brought this forward, was I wanted to have a discussion on this. So,
Can we install the full offsite improvements instead so that this isn't an issue?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Can we install full offsite improvements?
So let me ask you this. Do you want to have a vote on this tonight, or do you want to hold this for 30 days and we can discuss it further?
This goes to city council, correct?
If it's denied, you would have the ability to, it's final action.
Okay,
Director
if it's
Sam.
final action, then I guess I don't have a choice. Let's hold it 30 days and let's
Okay.
have those conversations. Because again, from the client's point of view and from anyone who's trying to spend money is now we have to build the rural offsites, which is more money. It's not like we're doing nothing and then
Right.
pay a fee that's more than having maybe just be build it. So, and that gives me opportunity to go talk to the client to see if they just want to pay the deferral fee at that point or if they want to do build it, and then we can have that conversation maybe in 30 days or hopefully before.
Well, let's hold it for 30 days.
Okay.
Let's maybe have, reach out to me and let's talk about it a little
Okay.
bit more.
Okay.
And then we'll be back here in February and hopefully we'll have something resolved.
Okay.
Chairwoman, I would also encourage them to speak with, pull Public Works into that conversation just
Okay.
to find out what we can do, because, if it's putting in sidewalk or putting in some of those improvements, maybe there's still a trail or something, or some of that happens behind that sidewalk. But I don't think we can, that would be able to determine that at this meeting. So I think holding it in advance for 30 days and working with you and Public Works at the same time would be good. And it looks like Public Works wants to add a comment.
To be fair to the applicant, he has met with Public Works a couple times, and we were okay with the condition at first, but I see, yes, the homeowners would have to pay for the covenant, so.
Okay. Do me a favor next time, talk into the microphone a little bit more because I'm just having a hard time hearing you. That's what happens when you stand in front of speaker stacks in your 20s. Don't do it. Okay, so we'll just go ahead and work with Public Works and you've got my number so we can have some more conversations about this. So I'm going to make a motion at this time to hold this item for 30 days to the February 10th meeting. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast, please post, and that motion carries. And thank you very much, and we'll chat soon.
Sounds good.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks. Okay. Item number 11, abeyance 25-0096. Actually, sorry, I'm going to take one more thing out of order, Mr. Gronauer. I apologize. Sorry. But you're all locked and loaded now. Okay. I want to call up number 17. If the applicant is here, it's 25-0502 VAR1, applicant owner Cherie Tonkin, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request to allow an existing side yard fence, existing rear yard fence, and existing residential accessory structure shed that do not conform to Title 19.06 development standards for height and setbacks at 5881 Wild Horse Ledge Avenue, Ward 6, Bruni. Staff recommends denial. Can I have the staff report, please?
Madam Chair, this is Josh Nolan with the Department of Community Development for the record. The requested variances are the result of a code enforcement case for unpermitted structures on the property. The case remains open pending the results of this variance application. The applicant has created a self-imposed hardship by constructing the fences and shed without permits, and they do not meet height and setback requirements under Title 19. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the requested variance subject to conditions if approved. Please note additional documents of protest have been received since publication. Thank you.
Good evening, ma'am. Sorry I did not get a chance to reach out to you in advance of this. You can put something on the record if you would like to, but my inclination is I want to come and see this. I want to come and see this improvement before we do the full hearing on it. So I would like to make a motion to continue this to the February hearing. Would that be okay with you, or would you rather have it presented tonight and have us take a vote on it?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, we can move it to February.
Okay,
That's fine.
so do me a favor and just give the clerk your contact info, and then you and I can touch base, and I'll come out and see the project, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, sure,
Okay.
I'll let the homeowner know.
All right, great, thank you. That's why I
Thank
wanted
you.
to call you up first.
Okay, no
So,
problem.
all right, so with that, oh, I'm sorry, the clerk would like your name for the record.
Oh, sorry about that. Jessica Lane with Proficient Patios, representing the homeowner, Ms. Tonkin.
Okay, great, thanks, Ms. Lane.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I'd like to make a motion to obey item 25-0502 VAR1 to the February 10th Planning Commission meeting. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. Please post. Almost. Commissioner LeBeau. Oh, okay, please post. And that carries. Okay, now item number 11, abeyance 25-0096, applicant owner Searles Ozland LLC for possible action of the following land use entitlement project requests at the northeast corner of Searles Avenue and 23rd Street, Ward 3 Diaz. Staff recommends denial on the land use entitlement project. 11A, abeyance 25-0096 VAR1 to allow a 10-foot rear yard setback where 20 feet is required. 11B, abeyance 25-0096 SDR1 for proposed one-story 50-unit residential tiny house park with a waiver of perimeter landscape buffer requirements. May I have the staff report, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Staff finds that the proposed tiny home park does not support the goals of the master plan for the urban core's focus on density and vertical construction. The applicant is proposing to underdevelop the subject site with prefabricated structures that do not meet Title 19 setback requirements. In addition, the applicant is also requesting an exception to plant fewer trees and thus contributing to the urban heat island effect. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of the variance and site development plan review. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, sir. If you can please state and spell your name for the record, give us your address and tell us about this project.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name's Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. To my left is Gary Gum. He is the proposed developer here for the property. Gary is a small Las Vegas business owner here who's been in real estate development for about 25 years. And what he's looking to do is something unique on this piece of property. What I'd like to do is just give you a little bit of background, first of all, the reason why we are here. And then I'd like to talk about the area and then get into probably the main discussion is the elevations that we're proposing on the boxable product. First and foremost, if you're familiar with this piece of property where it's located, this is an infill piece of property on the Las Vegas east side. As a matter of fact, with the master plan of 2050, it talks about this area as a Las Vegas East District as far as development. One of the things to know about this area in the Eastern District in Las Vegas, it's invested with respect to infrastructure and other investments in this area. One of the things that Gary's here looking to do is to come in with a development that's unique, that is going to be a big infusion of investment in this area, approximately $6 million for the development that is before you today. And also, I'm sure you're aware of the background of some of the issues with housing that we have here in Southern Nevada and also in the state of Nevada. That issue has been discussed many times from the governor's office all the way down to the local level of trying to find attainable housing, trying to find housing that is sufficient for the underutilized of housing that we have here in Southern Nevada. When you take a look and you see the news here locally, and then you see the studies that are done nationally throughout the United States, unfortunately, Southern Nevada ranks at the bottom as far as affordability for housing. As I mentioned, I believe with this unique product here, that this helps take a bite into the issue that we all have been discussing for many years with respect to the housing crisis. So that being said, I'd like to let you focus on this area a little bit more. This is about 2.25 acres of property. This is 23rd Street, this is Searles Street, and this is Eastern Avenue in this area. You do have some commercial uses that are located here. The property is zoned currently for multifamily. You have some multifamily and commercial zoning districts in this area to the north of us, and you have existing multifamily over here to the west, and we have some single family here to the south of us. One of the things that I want to do, because I think it's going to be important when we get into the elevations of the proposed development here, is give you an idea of the location of what's existing in this area. So when you take a look at our property, and I want to show you just to the south of us is when you're looking at the property located in this area here, just to the south, these are the location of the homes that I'm showing you currently, what you see to the south of us in the area. When you take a look in this area here, and these are going to be focused in this area, what we will be across the street, you'll see these are some of the apartment buildings that are existing today. I believe these have been built somewhere in the 70s, and you can see some of the elevations in this area, again, as I wanted to focus, as we will have some discussions on that. As you go further up along 23rd Street, and this is in this area here, you'll get a little bit of a better flavor. This is the corner of our property with some of the existing elevations and development in this area. Again, I want to show you inside here so you could get a better look on both sides of the elevations of the existing buildings. As you can see, there are different elevation colors in here, along with, again, showing you the interior of the properties that are adjacent to us, or not adjacent, but across the street to the west of us. This next location is going to be further up on the street here. This is another existing multifamily development. As you can see in this area here, a little bit more updated with respect to the type of elevations that are being proposed or that are existing on the property. As you look further north of our property, although you won't see it on the map here, but there is an existing multifamily building. This is what faces out on Searles. In the area here, as you can see, there's outside steps for this apartment complex. It's a 2-story building. And then when you're looking directly to the north of the property here, this is the side elevation of the existing multifamily building. Then when you take a look over here to the east, adjacent to us are some of the commercial uses. As I said, is you see the auto zone. There's another auto repair shop in this area, and that's all along Eastern that separates us from Eastern Avenue. And when you take a look at the property, again, standing here on serials, this is looking at north. You can see to the left is the west, east is on your right-hand side. This gives you a picture of what you see standing on the street in this area today. And what I think is important is as we go through this proposed development, you can see that this is an area that needs some love, some TLC with respect to getting a development to be approved in this area. And another reason I want to put on record, over the last 5 years, and if you look in your staff report, what you'll notice is there's been a number of code enforcement issues here. What that means is there's been a lot of issues in this area. There's a lot of homeless encampments that have happened on this property. The neighbors in this area have gone to the media. There's been discussions out there about trying to remove that. I know Gary's been working with your city department on these issues. At times, you see you have the fence here. Even though you have the fence, they're still able to cut through the fence and set up camps in this area. So hopefully, when you take a look at this property and what the projects, what we're proposing, is better than what you see here today to remove that homeless encampments that actually come up on this property and allow us to make this type of investment that we're looking for. Next, I want to focus on is just the site plan overall. The site plan here, again, down here is Searless, which is ingress and egress in this area here. We have 50 what we'll call casita slash homes that are being proposed in this area. And as a matter of fact, these are homes that are tiny homes that are manufactured by Boxable. Boxable is a manufacturer here in the city of North Las Vegas, local manufacturer, where this type of product is being proposed to be built here. So as you can see in between the green space, you would have 50 individual units that are located on the property here. These 50 units come out to a density about 22.22 units to the acre, which falls well within the R3 zoning on the property that's being proposed. The next thing I'd like to do is, because I know there will be some discussion on the Boxable model, and I handed this out to you because I think it's easy as you go through it, you'd have an understanding of where we've started and where we're at tonight. But before I go to the exterior, what I'd like to do is give you a look on the inside of a mock-up of what one of these things actually looks like on the inside, so you get a better feel of how this is going to lay out. In the square footage is about a little less than 400 square feet, but this will give you an overall view of the interior of the property here. All these are going to be studio apartments. As you can see, you have the studio apartment. This is a typical design that you see throughout the valley. I've lived in a studio apartment, and I recognize the floor layout that you see here. You have some other pictures here giving you a little bit of a closer look of the kitchen area here. And as I'm showing you here, this is the living room and showing you the bedroom, and then the bathroom makeup of what would be proposed within one of these units. So that gives you a pretty good idea of the interior of one of these units that we're proposing. Now, what I have and what I've handed out to you are two different type of documents. One is, I'm going to go through fairly quickly the various generations of the type of elevations that we're proposing. And then I've also handed out, to maybe make it a little bit easier, I think it's easier, maybe it isn't. This is a list of the different proposed options that we put together through the various generations, so you can understand that what we're looking to do is trying to make a better improvement than what you see here, which is the base model that you see that's before you. So when you take a look, when we first started, before I got involved, I believe this was the initial submittal in here for the Boxable. As you can see, basically what you're putting in here was a little bit exterior painting, multicolored doors with some units. Obviously, there are some concerns with the type of elevation that was being proposed here. So then, as I got involved, what I'll call is we came in with version 3. This elevation here, we can see, is an added door and window accent trim in this area. We put a succulent planter and unit number in here for the unit itself, and we put some modified wood accent panel in this area. So we thought that this would be something that would definitely fit in this area, was already existing, as I was showing you earlier. However, we moved on to another model an elevation, which is elevation number 4, version number 4. As you can see here, this time what we did in listening to getting some feedback, we added some shutters above the door, the metal awning, and then we have shutters here by the windows in this area, and we did some upgraded lighting on the building. Then we proceeded to go through version number 5, which is a little bit more upscale than what you've seen, obviously, from the first version or version number 2, is we did an extended roof line in the area here in lieu of the metal awning that we initially had. And by the way, although you see the white color exterior, we could change the color of these buildings, whatever that is, to suit the area to be more compatible and harmonious. Version 6 is now more of that modern color scheme. Personally, I think this is a big difference, a significant difference from where we were from the initial version of the boxable to where we are here. What you see with the modern color scheme is modern wood panels that are actually underneath in this area in the roof line, and along with some wood accent panels located over here. We put the different colors on the doors. We can also add the numbering to the units that you see approved that we're proposing. And then finally, the version number 7 elevation. What we've added here is this floating wall as far as an idea with respect to everything else that we were proposing, along with the awning, the roof line that comes out. So we have different versions of that floating wall that's located there. So what I'm going to show you here, which you have is on the last page, we believe we've made some significant strides from where we initially started with the initial boxable that you see there to a version of what you can see located here on the right of the area here. And we believe, respectfully, we do believe that the changes that we've made to this boxable is definitely more than compatible and harmonious in this area. We believe that this is going to be a significant investment, but not only a significant investment, this is going to clean up an area also that there are problems in this area. And we're here respectfully to listen to your questions and your comments with what we're proposing. And there is, we love to hear your personal feedback, and that's why I kind of joke around a little bit when I was putting this together. Even today I go, this is the menu of options that we've gone through, and I'm sure there might be more options that you might be able to come up with, and that's fine, respectfully, but I do appreciate you allowing us to hold this several times. It's not easy to hold, but I did want you to understand that over the last several times we're holding, we're trying to figure out a formula to make something work here. And if not, like I said, we'll figure something else out from here, but in all due respect, I wanted to bring this to you. Gary's here to answer any questions. He's put a lot of time into this. He's a small family business owner looking to do good here, and this is a significant investment and a risk to take in this area, but he's willing to do it, and we're here to answer any questions that you may have tonight.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gronauer. Before I open up for public hearing, just wanted to quickly make a disclosure that I do own shares of Boxable. I do not own anything like a majority of shares of Boxable, but just wanted to make sure to disclose that for the record. So if this item has been noticed for public hearing, are there any members of the public wishing to be heard on this? Okay, seeing none, I will close public hearing. I will turn it back over to the commission, starting with Commissioner Schlottman.
Yes, thank you, Chair, through you. I have quite a few comments here, and I want to start off by saying I appreciate the applicant coming to my office from the very beginning and his son sitting out in the audience, and then when Bob was brought on and working with me, trying the best to get this project as close to an improvable state as we possibly could. And we've made some big strides and changes from the beginning. But, I do want to say, I mean, Mr. Gronauer, you showed pictures of the community on all four sides of us. I could show you pictures of the Arts District 15 years ago on every side of the bar that I first opened down there and how dilapidated it was. I could show you how dilapidated a lot of the places down in the Founders District, and once you get down to Maryland Parkway, and like Lewis and Bonneville. And I could also show you pictures of what KLA and Cameron Foulade did to those properties, where they put millions into them and made them look like fabulous looking buildings, and they were old and dilapidated like this. I also want to point out that City Council received a presentation from Applied Analysis a few months ago, and we have a total of 3 to 5 years of land left in the city of Las Vegas, buildable land. Now, that could be extended a bit if we still continue through this slowdown, and maybe that's 5 to 8 years. Call it 10 years. 10 years is nothing for this city. And we have to demand the best of our products. And we just can't look at old dilapidated apartments across the street and say, well, we're building better than them. We need to build the best that we can, and we need to push the envelope, and we need to make sure that we're doing the best for our ward. So our ward's been neglected quite a bit in this area. I approved a apartment complex over a year ago, and it went to City Council, and Olivia didn't like it. They were asked to come back to me and to work with them. They spent over a year working with us to get this project up to a point to where it could be approved. So that's why I wanted to work with you all a little bit more on this project, and just to know that we want to have nice stuff here too. I know that the applicant said that he could potentially put more money in it if it was in Ward 2. Well, I'm in Ward 3. I'd like to see more money put into our ward as well, and not just keep getting the same old thing. And this is when we had a plain white box at the very beginning. Saying all that, we've made some big improvements here, and we've put in these shutters and, extended the roof line. I think that was Councilwoman's idea that she wanted maybe an overhang, and then the applicants went back and they found a way to do that. I think we're on the right path. One of the things that, and I'm not going to say that anybody was deceitful in the way that this was presented to us, but every one of these, and I just got to thinking about this yesterday, was every one of these renderings are presented from the front corner, and it's the same exact elevation. I'm pretty sure these have the barred air conditioning units that mount to the side of the building, and it would have been good to be able to see a rendering or an elevation that showed that air conditioning unit to see what that looked like as well. I think that some of the things that I was trying to explain as we were going through the design was, what could we do to the design to make this pop a little bit better? I don't want to see a project that comes in that is almost there, and then in 3 to 5 years, the paint starts to fade, and then, the wood starts to deteriorate, and things of that nature. And I'm not saying there's wood. I'm just saying that basically I see these projects now and then where they come through, and then 5 years later, they don't look as good. So I want to make sure that that's not happening. Yep. And then plus, I think elevations, like being able to see the elevations from all sides versus just these renderings would have been really helpful. The landscaping looks great. If we're actually doing this landscaping, I'm not sure if we're doing this landscaping. I think it was offered to us to do landscaping, but I'm looking at the landscape plan, and we only have 2 shrubs in the front of each of these units. So landscape plan was never updated with the intentions of what you have in your renderings, which, the landscaping looks good around here. But also what we're looking at, this elevation in these renderings, and Mr. Groenhauer, they're 20 feet off of, the rendering starts 20 feet off of the front of that building. But to give a real good, accurate depiction of what's really going on, it looks like the asphalt goes all the way up to about 3 foot off the front of this building. So I don't know how we get the these really nice porches with the steps and then all the additional landscaping in front and things like that. So I would like to see it tightened up. I'd like to see it move forward to city council. I would make the recommendation that we figure out what we're doing with the landscape plan.
Yep.
We get that onto the landscape plan so city council can see that. Give us, get elevations before you get to city council so they can understand what that looks like on all four sides. If you do have that air conditioning unit that's on the side of the building, like show that, and maybe you can have a picture or something that shows what that looks like.
Yeah.
And what I kept trying to explain without telling you what to do, because I don't want to design your project for you, because I want you to have all the freedom to do as you please. One of the things I was thinking was if you took just some sort of perforated metal, 1/8" steel or whatever it is, and, you know, and come out a couple of feet across the air conditioning unit and then back in and bolted that onto the outside. So therefore, it still fits with your boxable. It doesn't necessarily have to be an expansion of your boxable or your interior square footage. It could be just an architectural piece that's planted on the outside, and maybe that's just $1,000. I don't know what it would be, but I wouldn't think that it would be that expensive. But that way, we're not looking at just that air conditioning unit hanging off the side of the building, because that would kind of make it more look like a walk-in freezer or like a construction office or something. So a little bit of screening there. I think the front looks good. I like that wood, that pillar that you have going up to the roof. I like the wood on the ceiling of the overhang. You know, I hope you can take these things, update that landscape plan, get us elevation and all those items, and before it gets to city council. I think you're close. I just don't think we have the whole plan put together just yet to make me feel comfortable enough.
Yep. No, and I appreciate that, Councilman. The floating wall that we kind of see hanging down there, that is, as we discussed, it's also a practical item. You know, provide some privacy back there. There's room to put a couple chairs back there, have a cup of coffee, or they can put their scooter and lock it up. And so we wanted that depth and dimension, and we wanted the pop, but also, if we're going to build it and attach it to the building, let's make it make sense, make it work for the resident there. These are for rent units. These are meant to be affordable housing. The base rent for these units is $1,000 a month. That's all your utilities, and that's furnished. So that's the objective of this plan, is to bring these online and be affordable so that people can, have a nice place to live. And then these are casita style. They are standalone units. Nobody upstairs, downstairs are connected beside you. So this is such a unique and innovative type of development for affordable housing. We just want to help solve that issue, and I think that, we can do that, with your help, for sure.
Thank you. Anybody else? Commissioner LeBeau?
Thank you. So I have a couple of concerns that I just wanted to discuss with you each. One of them is, I'm curious, all of these renderings, you have all of these units approximately 2 stairs up. So you have 2 steps into the unit. Is there an option to have those that are ADA accessible on the ground level, or is that required by that type of construction?
Well, no, it's not required for this type of construction. These will not be, these will all be base grade, so the sidewalk will flow right to the threshold. There won't be steps on any of these. Of course, we're required, to have a percentage of the property, but we're doing the entire property so that we don't have steps going into the units. These will attach directly to a foundation. The boxable unit attaches directly to a foundation. It doesn't, none of the plumbing runs underneath the unit like you would see in a mobile home type property. So that's what's unique and innovative about boxable. And so, yeah, hopefully it answered your question.
Yes, thank you. So the other comment that I have is kind of in regards to the boxable itself. I think a lot of times, developers can kind of get tied to these innovative new materials that are coming out, this prefabricated construction, and it isn't always necessarily the best way to accomplish what you're trying to accomplish. So one of the things I think that's possibly limiting you on the design aspect of this is that all of the windows are kind of, vertically situated. There's not a lot of variation in what can be done on that facade. And so I think maybe taking another look at what you're using for that construction. Is that really going to hold up in our climate here? I believe Boxable is a SIPS panel construction, so structurally insulated panels.
Correct.
And typically you would have another type of material that gets applied to the outside of that. And so I don't know whether you're planning to use like a stucco on that or a vinyl siding, but looking at all the other properties in that area, having something that is easily cleanable, if something gets dented or a hole gets put through it, you're really going to want to have something that can hold up for, 50 years to that type of abuse. So I don't want it to look like all the other properties that are in that area. I want to make sure that it is, it's going to hold up over time.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, these units are actually built to exceed the code, and they're very high insulation value. And then because of that sandwich, that metal with the insulation sandwiched between another piece of metal, that exterior, which you can paint it, you can add other pieces and designer pieces to it, like we've shown in some of these pictures, but you don't have to. They're already painted, and they come from the factory that way, and it's like a gloss almost type of thing, so which makes cleanup of them much easier than say a stucco or something brick or something like that, where if somebody was to graffiti them or do something like that. So we liked the materials. It's high quality material, and so we would be happy to paint it, but we want to be careful about how much we kind of glue onto the side of it. You know what I mean? We don't want to take away from that durability, because it is a big factor, and these are extremely durable.
Commissioner Rogan.
Thank you. I just want to say when this first came on, I was absolutely against this, and I think that with meeting with Commissioner Schlottman and through your lobbyist here, you've come a long way, and I think that it shows, and I really do appreciate all the efforts that you have. In terms of suggestions, I think that we're all just kind of stuck on what is this product and what is the durability, because even if we say now as we're reviewing this SDR that, hey, this is not unsightly, it's harmonious and compatible, the concern really is what is this going to look like in 5 years? And part of that is we're not as familiar with this product, but part of it is too is you're telling us it's going to be affordable, you're telling us it's going to be a rented product. Well, what if this product turns out not to be durable? What is your plan to make sure that this doesn't contribute to growing blight in that area, which, as you pointed out, is very blighted? And your intent is to bring it up a bit. But if it doesn't turn out that this product is not what you're saying, and not saying that you're not being honest with us, but it just is not, what is your plan?
Yeah, so these units are manufactured here in a facility here in North Las Vegas, and you can go take a tour. Basically, any day of the week and go tour it. It's pretty unique and pretty interesting to see. These are built with high quality materials. These are, like I said, basically metal exteriors that are painted, highly durable, and beyond, most stick and stucco as far as durability goes. This is no question about it. There is virtually no wood in these units. So this exterior, none of this is wood. None of this is something that would warp or get insect infestation. One of the reasons we want to use these modified type pieces and these metal pieces on the exterior is to get away from warping and like you said, the paint peeling after a few years, or, they're all the same problems that we have with any other building here in Las Vegas, and we own and manage other apartment communities here in Las Vegas, so we're very familiar with it. But one of the great things about these units is they are so durable, and so that helps us from a management standpoint to keep costs down, and which allows us to make it more affordable for the residents who will reside there. So it's certainly something that we thought about, and when we went and did the tour at the manufacturing facility, we're very impressed with the type of product that they use here, and I feel very confident that this product will look in 5 years or 10 years or 15 years better than a stick and stucco building. Absolutely, and I can say that because we've owned and managed these properties. Our background is rehab and repositioning older communities that are typically stick and stucco. And so, we're excited about this type of product for the future and the durability factor, especially, depending on where you want to put these things. Like it's a good point where you're bringing up, and I understand that because, we run properties downtown, Trinity knows, and so, it's something that, we've thought about for sure, and that's why we're not using any kind of wood materials on the exterior that will warp, get infested by bugs or anything like that.
Chair, can I just have a couple follow-ups?
Sorry.
Thank you. And I appreciate that. I'm just concerned because, the base model, which is not what you're proposing, it's just reminiscent of temporary structures. And I'm thinking of, the students in overcrowded schools where they come in and they're stuck in these portable classrooms for years. And I just don't think that meets the quality of what we're looking for, even in this area, as you pointed out, is very blighted. So that's my concern, that it doesn't meet the standards for our SDR, because it's not even though the models that you're proposing are great, that it's just not the type of development that we want for that area. For suggestions, as you move on to City Council, if you're considering moving on with this, I would say take a look at your site plan, like others have commented tonight. I think that your project kind of reminds me, and I told Mr. Gronauer about this, of the cottage courts, where you can have these smaller homes that are together, and they're surrounded by more landscaping. And the way that you structured your plan I think to maximize the number of boxables on there is you have it surrounded by parking. And maybe if you could consider a different model where you are putting multiple units together when there's more of that landscaping that Commissioner Schlottman was talking about, and separating the parking from being right in front of the boxable units, that might be something that's more compatible with the neighborhood, and it might be something that's more approachable. So I think with those two comments, I'm almost there, but I'm not quite there in support of your project tonight. And again, it just comes down to the hesitation and the reminiscence that I have that these are more of a manufactured temporary product, and I'm concerned over the durability of these products over the number of years, that even if they're not unsightly tonight, when they're built, that they're going to be unsightly in just a few years. Those are my comments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Couple things from me. I think the concept is really interesting, and I do appreciate the movement towards more architectural detail on the elevations. I'm concerned, though, echoing Commissioner Schlottman, that the renderings are really not accurate. So they look, I told Mr. Gronauer that they kind of look like some of the casitas that are out at the Biltmore in Scottsdale. You have the main hotel, and then you have these really pretty sort of casitas out there. But when I look at this, I don't know, then echoing Commissioner Rogan, how close you really are to the parking lot. And for me, a concern is always going to be parking lot cover and doing everything we can to mitigate urban heat island impact, especially in this downtown core. And so if you have, the latest that I saw had no parking lot trees. The staff report has no parking lot trees. And I just, for something like this, if you're trying to anchor this as the starting point of revitalizing this area and trying to make it look nicer and be a better part of Ward 3 in downtown, then let's do that, and let's not just continue to exacerbate the existing heat islands that are down there. So it would be something that I would want to see, a condition that you would in fact install parking area trees, so that would, help with urban heat island impact, provide, sort of would look more like a perimeter of trees around the development itself. And that would be a key condition that I would want to see on this, is that those trees be installed. The other question I have is, you said that it was going to be $1,000 a month with utilities and furnished.
Correct.
Is that always what it was going to be before you started adding the additional elements to the exterior?
That's correct.
Okay, and so it's still, so if we said version 7, the elevations with the floating walls, and add in what Commissioner Schlottman said about screening the air conditioners, are they still going to be $1,000 a month?
Well, that's adding about 10% cost to do these improvements to the property. And, basically, this is a decision, for the partners on the deal. I'm not the only one, we have partners on the deal. But, our goal is to keep it as affordable as possible for this neighborhood. And $1,000 a month is actually under market rent for this location. So, we're really kind of achieving that at best. If we have to bump rents $100, which would be 10%, and 10% on the project, we're still under market. We have a studio and one-bedroom community not far from here, and we're renting our one-bedrooms for $1,150, and we get people every day looking for those units. Furnished with all the utilities, it makes sense for people, So yeah, if we, add on expensive items, it's going to affect that rent slightly, but we're still going to be maintaining under market rents, and so I'm happy about that. I will also note and add, these have front doors as well as back doors. So this is something that's really unique and interesting about these units. They have a front door and a back door. The residents that live there will have a little back area, backyard, so to speak, behind. And if you look at the site plan, you'll see that a lot of the units have a large back area behind the unit. So if they have pets, which we will be pet friendly at this property, like I said, bicycles or scooters or anything like that, they have some private space behind the unit, So I really like that. I like that much better than some of these high-density 5-6-story buildings that are interior hallways that have no patios whatsoever. You have a neighbor below you, above you, beside you on each side, and behind you on a lot of them. You may have 5 people that you share walls with in a studio one-bedroom on some of these high-rise developments or mid-rise developments. We don't have that with this. This is really unique and innovative about this project. Yes, they're smaller. That's why they're called tiny homes. But that's what allows us also to put a decent amount of units on this. And on this piece, this is 2.25 acres. And our goal is to do this project and make it look super nice, because we're not doing this one time. We want to do multiple projects like this. Our goal is to have close to 1,000 of these units for affordable housing in the Las Vegas Valley.
Okay. So since you mentioned the front door and the back door, the other question I had was about security. And are you going to have any fencing around this? Are you going to have any type of perimeter security so that people could feel safe going out in their little back area along either of the streets? Are you going to have on-site security? What's the plan to make sure that your residents are safe and secure?
The community will be completely walled around. Yeah, so it'll be completely walled around, and then we'll also have, of course, the common area lighting, but on top of the common area lighting, we'll also have camera systems, which they'll be able to download an app on their phone, and they'll be able to look at the cameras, any number of the different cameras on site at wherever they're at, whether they be at home or whether they're at work or whether, they're on a trip somewhere visiting friends or family. So it's kind of unique and innovative the way we're doing that. On-site security is extremely expensive, but we will have an on-site team member there that lives on property. So that is always helpful because, they have a pride of ownership. They want to live somewhere that's safe, and that's what we want to provide.
Okay. And then my last question for you is, are there any local government level or state government level restrictions on even being able to put this type of prefab building on the ground? Do you have any restrictions from the city, the county, or the state on being able to put these prefab items onto this land?
That's a good question, and they have been approved in the state of Nevada, the boxable units. And they have been, I don't know how the exact count, but they have installed several of them here in the Vegas Valley. They've done other projects. They're approved in California, Arizona, New Mexico, Oklahoma. Christian Charities did a nice size community there with these. They stacked them on top of each other there in Oklahoma. Well, you're probably familiar a little bit with some of the things I'm talking about. So yeah, these boxables have been, slowly getting their state by state approval process.
Okay, but in Nevada, they are approved.
They
You
are
have
approved.
no restrictions. You can just go put a boxable down.
That's my understanding. I mean,
Okay, that
obviously,
would-
we got to get approvals and permits and everything like that.
Yeah, if
but
this
yes.
goes through to city council, just would want to make sure that that was very clear to our council members as to what, if any, restrictions might exist.
Yep.
So, thank you, Commissioner Pisani.
Oh, Chair, I was just going to say, I believe it was Senate Bill 150 in the 2021 legislature where the state of Nevada mandated every local municipality has to designate an area to allow tiny homes.
And was it for tiny homes generally, or
Tiny
did that
homes
did that
generally.
encompass all type of tiny homes, including prefab?
It's pretty lengthy, but it is tiny homes and prefab is included.
Okay, great. All right, anybody else?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner
through you,
DeSalvio?
just a quick question. Do these manufactured homes come with a warranty? And if so, because to my fellow commissioners with the concerns of deterioration over time, fading, or whatever the case may be, and if it does come with a warranty, does that warranty cover basically outdoor elements, maybe thrashing it in some way, shape, or form, sun beat, or whatever the case may be, just to give us a little bit of heads up? Yeah, you say it's a durable product, hope to last 5-10 years, but what is the manufacturer willing to give as far as a warranty on these modular homes? Because I don't know what the material is made of, but I'm sure any modular section that I've seen on the job site, because it has a job trailer or whatever, it warps, the sun's miserable out here and it fades. And I'm just wondering if that warranty applies to this product to give some sense of easement to the commissioner as far as how long this product would actually sustain the elements.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, these units are built to exceed 50 years life expectancy, so they are built to last. The warranties, there are warranties on all of the different components. On one of the pictures that Bob put up, you noticed in the kitchen, those are all full-size appliances. Anything and everything that's inside of there, as well as the air conditioning on the outside and the roof, is all going to be under a warranty. All of those will be, of course, from the manufacturer for the most part, boxable. As far as the exterior goes and the upkeep of the paint fading and the UV and things like that, they don't do the roof. We have to contract with the roofing company to do that separately. But as far as the panels on the exterior, I don't believe there's any extended warranty for those. It would be up to the owner or the management company to keep those units up. These are for rent, so we need to keep them up and keep them looking nice with the great curb appeal, because we count on that to get rentals and keep it full.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, thanks, Commission, for a robust discussion. Commissioner Schlottman?
Yes, Madam Chair, through you. Just to wrap up, I want to say thanks again for working with me, and you made a lot of progress from the get-go. Some of the shutters, some of the decorative glass that you have in there. Whenever I was first looking at this rendering number 7, I thought it was almost like storefront glass. It went up like 7 feet and it was 7 feet wide, and I thought that was a really cool thing until I looked closer and it wasn't. It was just the door and the window. But maybe food for thought of something you potentially could add. So I think you're close. I think you have a lot of good things going here. We've definitely made a lot of progress, and since September of this past year, I would like to. If you do build another one of these, maybe, and I was just thinking as you were talking about doing another one, maybe if they were built side by side, where one was pushed back 4 feet, the next one was pulled forward, then you had 2 back, and 6 or 8 unit buildings or something, that would get rid of that boxy looking construction container or whatever. It would maybe give it a little bit more character, and maybe Boxable has the ability to raise some of these a little bit higher. So you could get maybe a little bit of height and a little bit more dimension on it, and I think that would maybe make me feel a little bit more comfortable with some of the things that you're doing across the front. But, I want this to go to city council. Don't want to hold it up any further. I don't think I could support it because of some of the things we talked about, but I want to give you that list of recommendations. You wrote down the list of recommendations, and I want those things to be heard. That's why I'm likely going to recommend denial, just because I want you to go back and address it. Sometimes when we give an approval with a list of recommendations, then all people hear is there's an approval. So, look at the air conditioner on the side. Look at maybe if that needs to be screened. Look at your landscaping, update that landscaping plan with what you're wanting to do. If you're really putting in more landscaping, then show more than 2 plants in front. I know that we didn't spend a lot of time on landscaping, so therefore you didn't spend the money on updating your landscape plan. But I think all of those things are things that you could do right now before you get to city council. I would update those. I would get with the council person from the ward, show her all the things that you've done, and then see if you can get her buy-in. So, one sec. Anyways, so saying all of these things, I think those are the things that you would need to do to be able to get approval at city council if you do make it to city council. So, anyways, for those reasons.
Commissioner, can I just add one?
Oh, yes, and also parking lot trees, I'm not sure why we didn't put those in.
I do have a comment on that, if you don't mind. For me, that's an operational issue because I've owned and managed apartment communities here in Vegas, and we know the reflective heat from the asphalt. It's just a matter of time when those trees are just problematic. So what we did, working with Jonathan, was said, we'll put, all of those trees plus extra in the common area around the units, where it provides some shade to the entry or shade to the building and things like that. That's on me. I'm happy to put them back in. I'm just going back on my operational experience of running these communities, knowing that those trees are just constantly trying to keep them from dying,
And that would be then operationally on you for management. But
Yes.
we just discussed tree planting, we just discussed urban forestry, and I just am not comfortable with something that just lays bare nothing but black asphalt. So I think that that's going to be a really important, again, piece of what happens downtown. Commissioner Schlottman and I have had multiple conversations where projects have been like the anchor project, and I've said, please make sure there's sufficient trees to mitigate heat island, to provide walkability, all that stuff. So,
Yeah. And all the new trees just went up and down Fremont, those all look beautiful. So
Yeah.
I
So-
get it. Yeah.
All right. Due to the testimony heard tonight and the comments made this evening on abeyance item 25-0096, 11A abeyance 25-0096 VAR1, and 11B abeyance 25-0096 SDR1, move to approve. I'm sorry, move for denial.
Dang it.
Sorry to get your hopes up. Move for denial, and wish you luck with getting it a little bit closer.
Thank you, commissioners, for all of your input and comments. And Commissioner Schlottman, this is not the last time you're going to see Gary and myself in your office, okay? So by the time we get to city council, we'll see you probably once or twice more. So you know how that goes.
For the applicant's benefit, this item is final action tonight unless appealed
It's
to the city
appealed,
clerk.
yeah, and we'll
in
go
10
through the
days.
appeal process. So we'll go ahead, but like I said, we'll see you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. All right, item 13, 25-0377, applicant Epic Development, owner Ann at 215 LLC, for possible action on the following land use entitlement project requests on a 4.77 acres located on the north side of Hammer Lane, approximately 360 feet east of Schaumburg Road, Ward 4, Allen Polensky. Staff recommends approval on the land use entitlement project. 13A 25-0377 GPA1 from PCD Planned Community Development and NMXU Neighborhood Mixed Use Center to SC Service Commercial. 13B 25-0377 ZON1 from U Undeveloped PCD Planned Community Development General Plan Designation to C1 Limited Commercial APN 12636101015. 13C 25-0377 BAR1 to allow 18 parking spaces where 19 are required. 13D 25-0377 SUP1 for a major amendment to an approved special use permit SUP 78539 for the proposed expansion of an existing mini storage facility use. 13E 25-0377 VAC1 petition to vacate U.S. government patent easements in a portion of public right-of-way, Hammer Lane. 13F 25-0377 SDR1 for a major amendment to an approved site development plan review SDR 78449 for a proposed one-story 8,845 square foot building addition and covered RV boat parking spaces to an existing 650 unit, 107,829 square foot mini storage facility with waivers of the perimeter landscape buffer requirements. May we have the staff report, please?
Madam Chair, the applicant proposes expanding the existing mini storage facility onto the adjacent undeveloped parcel. Staff finds the requested general plan amendment and rezoning appropriate and compatible with the existing development and surrounding land uses. Staff also support the special use permit for mini storage and the associated petition to vacate patent easements at this site. Due to the site's irregular shape and narrow east side, required parking and landscape buffers cannot be fully accommodated. Therefore, staff support the variance allowing 18 parking stalls where 19 are required and the landscape waivers. Staff recommends approval of all applications subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, sir. If you could please state and spell your name for the record, give us your address, and tell us about the project.
Jeff Thompson with Tenney Engineering, 6030 South Jones Boulevard. Here with the client.
Jason Thompson with Ann at 215 LLC, located at 3227 East Warm Springs Road in Las Vegas, Nevada.
First, just give you a really short overview of what's going on here. There is a mini storage on the corner of 215 and Ann, and that's located here. Adjacent to us is a multifamily project that was just recently built. To the south of us is a school yard for the elementary school buses, where they are parked at night before they're taken to their jobs during the day. And then located directly to the east of us is 215. The project's subject site that we're talking about is this little odd-shaped triangle piece. That's roughly an acre or so. And the site plan that we're proposing to do here is so this is the existing storage unit to the west. We have this is one of the existing buildings. There's not going to be any additional entrance off of this property. You're going to enter off where it was entered before, and we're going to provide a ramp down to access this additional site, where there'll be one RV building to be located on the west side of the property, and then all these other spaces are just covered parking spaces for larger RVs and trailers to be had. On the very east side of the property is located, there's a 30-foot drainage easement that we're maintaining and keeping that there. And then as for landscaping, we are providing what has been done, what we provided before is we have our landscaping along Hammer with the trees and bushes every 30 feet, as well as along the north side of our property, along the trail of 215, there'll be landscaping provided there as well. We agree with staff's recommendations, and are here to answer any questions that the commission has for us at this time.
Thank you very much. This item has been noticed for public hearing. Are there any members of the public wishing to be heard? Okay, seeing none, I will close public hearing. I will pass it back to the commission. I'll see if there's any comments from anybody before Commissioner Kasama. Go ahead. No, go ahead, Commissioner Salvio.
My question is, for this RV covered parking, there's not going to be any hookups, right? I mean, because my concern would be people living in their RVs and it's came up before and turned into a situation, and I just wanted to make sure for the record that there will not be any hookups in any way, shape, or form, that it's dry storage.
Yeah, there's no hookups, no one can stay there. We already have covered parking on the existing parcel next door. It's the exact same thing that we already have, just more space, because we have a waiting list for people to get into that
Nope,
covered
I
parking.
appreciate that. I just want to make sure it didn't turn into another form of affordable or obtainable housing.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, Commissioner Kasama.
Thank you, Chair. This issue, this agenda item, I don't have any issues with. You're right, it's a unique parcel. I do find it harmonious and compatible right off the 215, not adjacent to any homes. It's already an extension of an existing facility that sees a lot of use. And so with that, especially with staff recommending approval, I'm happy to make a motion to approve agenda item 13, and that is 25-0377.
Thank you, Commissioner. Oh, A through F, correct?
A through F.
Okay. So there is a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote, please post, and that motion passes.
And that will move on to City Council on February 18th.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I am going to call up items 14, 15, and 16 simultaneously because it is all the same applicant. Thought we could have a little bit of efficiency here. So item 14, 25-0459, applicant owner Care Access NV1 LLC for possible action on the following land use entitlement project requests on .19 acres at 5617 Grand Guinness Court, Ward 6, Bruni. Staff recommends denial. On the land use entitlement project 14A 25-0459 VAR1 to allow 2 parking spaces where 4 are required, and 14B 25-0459 SUP1 for proposed individual care group home use. Item number 15, 25-0460 applicant owner Care Access NV1 LLC for possible action on the following land use entitlement project requests at 5616 Alta Drive, Ward 1, Knutson. Staff recommends denial on the land use entitlement project. 15A 25-0460 VAR1 to allow 2 parking spaces where 4 are required. 15B 25-0460 SUP1 for proposed individual care group home use. And then item number 16, applicant 25-0462 applicant owner Care Access NV1 LLC for possible action on the following land use entitlement project requests at 2013 Monterey Avenue, Ward 3, Diaz. Staff recommends denial on the land use entitlement project 16A 25-0462 VAR1 to allow 3 parking spaces where 4 are required. 16B 25-0462 VAR2 to allow an existing patio cover carport and residential accessory structure storage that does not conform to Title 19.06 development standards for setbacks and separation. And 16C 25-0462 SUP1 for proposed individual care group home use. May we have the staff reports for each 14, 15, and 16, please?
Madam Chair, this is Mackenzie Caldwell, Department of Community Development for the record. For item 14, due to the subject site's inability to meet minimum parking requirements, staff is unable to support the requested variance and special use permit and therefore recommends denial subject to conditions if approved. Please note that on the agenda, the ward is incorrect and the correct ward is Ward 6. Also, please note additional documentation of protests have been received since publication. For item 15, due to the subject site's inability to meet minimum parking requirements, staff is unable to support the requested variance and special use permit and therefore recommends denial, subject to conditions if approved. Please note additional documentation of protests have been received since publication. For item 16, no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented, and that the applicant has created a self-imposed hardship by proposing to maintain an existing unpermitted carport in the front yard where a patio cover is not allowed. Additionally, the subject site is unable to meet the minimum parking requirement for the requesting land use change of individual care group home. Therefore, staff is unable to support both the requested variances and special use permit and recommends denial subject to conditions if approved. Please note, additional documentation of protest has been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, sir. If you can please state and spell your name for the record and give us your address. And what I was thinking was if you had background that was uniform through 14 through 16, that you could just kind of provide that to us all at once and then speak to each of the projects.
Hi, I'm representing Care Access. My name is Edward Weigert. You said you need my address as well?
Yes, please.
It's 4225 West Twain Avenue, space 120, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89103.
Okay, go ahead and tell us a little bit about what Care Access NV1 LLC is and does, and then if you can talk through each of the projects in item 14, 15, and 16, so Ward 6, Ward 1, and Ward 3.
Okay, great. Care Access is, they're based out of California, and what they do is they purchase homes with the intention of allowing the women to reside there and also provide daycare for up to 12 children. The unique thing about CARES is that they actually help the people that are leasing these homes through the whole process. They get them, they set up the requirements that the health department might want. They make sure that the house is safe. They help them through the licensing process. They have the Board of Health come out. So the women that actually come, or actually sometimes, so far it's been women so far, but if there's a male coming, what they do is they actually guide them through the process to make sure everything is done by code with the standards that everyone's looking for. What we found out during this process is that there are multiple daycares that even haven't gone through the licensing process yet, nevertheless looking for the special use permit. So what we've decided to do is to make sure that anytime we purchase a home or introduce a new client, that they're aware it's a lengthy process. It's getting your licensing with the board, making sure that your sanitary facilities are up to par. So, and they make sure that these women are, they vet the women as well. It's not like you could just come off the street. They have a waiting list. They do their background checks and make sure that the women that are running these facilities are capable of doing so. And the unique thing about them towards the end is that the women, after a certain amount of time of renting the properties, have the ability to buy that home with any increase in value is split with the seller. So these women they're on a road to home ownership while being able to provide a service for the community. That's the broad of the company, so we could start the specifics. The one thing that might also work across all of the properties in this hearing is the parking. I know it's been brought up in the beginning, but because this isn't a school with set hours, there's no rush or influx of parents dropping their kids off all at 8 o'clock and all picking them up at 3 o'clock. They're dropped off throughout the day. I'm sorry?
Oh, okay. It's not your time to speak, sir. You can speak when it's public comment, and please refrain from that type of language from the audience, if you would, please. Thank you. Continue, sir.
Okay, I apologize. I'm assuming that's the Grand Guinness one. We actually have the person that's with Grand Guinness would actually took a video of the drop-off and pickup process. So more than likely, what he's seeing is on that particular, we'll talk to Grand Guinness, the special needs person that he referred to earlier is actually the lady that lives there or runs it, it's her son. He was in a car accident about 3 years ago, and he's paralyzed. So actually, let me back up a little bit. One broad thing all of the properties have in common is that their hours stop usually around 6 o'clock for the kids themselves. In a very rare case, maybe they be a little bit longer because somebody's stuck at work, but they try to keep it to during the day. And again, it's usually drop off throughout the day, pick up as you're available. So specifically on Grand Guinness, a couple of the things that were brought up earlier is the all-night nurse, or that's actually not for any of the kids because the kids are gone by 5:30, 6 o'clock. It's actually for the tenant's son. We had to help with the created ADA bathroom because he literally, he's paralyzed. So the all-night nurses that are there, it's a corner lot. If you can if you could zoom in on the site plan, it is a corner lot. The nurse usually parks on the side street while he has his physical therapy. And that would be, if there is a night nurse, it's for the person at the house. As far as the parking goes, on this particular lot, the assistant to the owner is actually the daughter. So they park in the driveway, which is the 2 spots. If there was another staff, they would park on the side of the street. So I don't see the big issue with the parking. Again, we'll present the video of the drop-off and pickup. What else is there? I think on that particular one, that was really it. I'd like to, Shannon? Yeah, I'd like to bring up Shannon. She's actually the provider who's in that particular house. She can show a video of the pickup and drop-off process so we can kind of get a little bit more clarity. The one thing to note is that the school bus that we're referred to, whether she lived there or not, those school buses aren't her school buses. Those are actual school buses. So she can probably help a little bit better explain the day-to-day, and I'll let you speak.
Good evening, everybody. Sorry, I'm very, very nervous. I don't know if you just want me to read what I wrote or if you want to ask questions.
Let's show them the video.
Just the video? Okay. So here's one of the bus drop-offs. Let me turn it this way. Sorry.
And as you're watching the video, you could see that there's really no traffic jam to speak of. It's fairly clear. Even they were there for a couple of minutes, there was no backup of cars at this point.
And this is the second bus. And the buses have to stop in front of the house. They can't stop anywhere else on the street. They have to be in front of my property to drop off and pick up the children. That is one of the CCSD's rules for transportation.
And again, this is another bus, no crazy traffic jam to speak of.
And it goes down to the end of the cul-de-sac, turns around and leaves.
So that cul-de-sac route that they mentioned earlier, whether it was dropped off in the front or not, you'd have to make that roundabout. Okay, and maybe you can speak to the special, the physical therapy for your son.
Yeah, so he does get nursing. The nurses do come Monday, well, 7 days a week, 7 to 7 every day. They park on the side street. He gets physical therapy twice a week for 45 minutes. They park either in front of my house or on the side street as well. No one is, I've told all the parents, I've told all the physical therapists, all the nurses. I think one time one of the nurses parked in front of someone else's house, and I told her not to do that anymore. Since then, I don't think any of our nurses have. All the nurses, all the parents, all the physical therapists, anybody who comes to my house is told specifically they are only allowed to park in front of my house and on the side. They are not to park in front of any neighbor's house. They're not to block anybody's driveway, and they're not to double park, period. And I've watched videotape after videotape before coming here, and I have not seen any evidence of them double parking, of them parking in anybody else's spot, of them even parking in front of a house. Yeah, it's one of my rules. And I have a parent here who can testify to that.
Okay, I will do that. I'll do the next one. All right, thank you so much. All right, I brought her up just to reiterate, because I'm not there on a daily basis, just to show you that the drop-offs for the children are not affecting the area, and even the people that do stay longer than just a drop-off, for instance, the nurses, there's plenty of areas for them to park without double parking. So that we hopefully settle that concern. And then I guess we can go to Alta. Alta would be, which is number 14, which is the next one, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, so, yeah, you're going over to the one that's, 5616 Alta Drive, so,
Okay.
yeah, if you want to go to that one.
Again, it's the same situation. It's a house that's intended for daycare facility use. All of the facilities that are required by the Department of Health have been provided. The house is clean and safe. That particular house is waiting for a provider, so there's nobody currently occupying it, but it would follow the same pretty much standard as the other homes where the parents would just drop off the kid and be on their way. I believe the variance that they're asking for is because this is on a wide street. Alta is considered a wide street in that area because it's over 60 feet. But the two lanes that are directly adjacent to the sidewalk are actually parking lanes. They're not travel lanes. And this is also predominantly residential area. So if you can look, I don't know if there's got the street itself, but you can see that there's plenty of parking if there is one or two extra staff. Most of the time, it's the person that lives there, one other staff, and maybe a third person, but they have a requirement of at least two. Sometimes there's 3 people there, but we do not allow them to take care of more than 12 children at a time. And very rarely do they exceed 7 or 8 at any particular moment. So we're hoping that all of that into consideration as far as the wide street goes, with the parking lane, the fact that it's a strictly residential, mostly residential area, that should hopefully take care of some of the concerns of the off-street parking requirement. On-street parking requirement. And then, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
And then for 2013 Monterey, which is the next number, again, same process that actually provided is here as well. I don't think there was any, we'll know at the end if there's any objection, but she'll attest to the same process that the previous lady spoke about. And here she is.
Good evening. I did prepare a statement. My name is Siobhan West. I reside at 2013 Monterey Avenue. I'm respectfully requesting approval for a special use permit and parking variance to operate my licensed in-home childcare business named Halo Haven LLC at this location. Professionally, I work as a pediatric special procedures nurse, currently serving students within the Clark County School District at the elementary level, pre-K through 5. In addition to my nursing career, I hold a degree in early childhood development and bring over 20 years of experience operating a licensed in-home program. My goal is to meet a critical need within our community by providing safe, high-quality, and reliable childcare for working families. Vegas continues to face a shortage of licensed home childcare providers, and programs like mine play an essential role in supporting working parents and contributing to the overall economic health and livability of our region. I'm committed to serving families with compassion and flexibility, including those with limited financial resources. Halo Haven will be fully licensed by the state of Nevada. The property will undergo all required inspections by the Southern Nevada Health District, and upon approval of special use permits, the state fire marshal. All licensing documentation detailing operational procedures, curriculum, and emergency preparedness plans have been completed and is pending final approval contingent upon this issuance of the requested permit and variance. Once licensed, I plan to employ one assistant and care for no more than 12 children at any given time. All of these children will be under the age of 13. The majority of enrolled children will be infants through 5 years old, with limited attendance by school-aged children when the Clark County School District is not in session. I will remain in strict compliance with all state of Nevada ratios, including child care regulations and mandated staff. Halo Haven will operate Monday through Friday from 6:30 to 11:30 p.m. with flexible drop-off and pickup times to accommodate the varied schedules of working families. I'm requesting a parking variance. However, due to staggered and flexible drop-off and pickup scheduling, I do not anticipate more than 2 to 3 vehicles present at or near the property at any given time. Ensuring minimal impact to my neighbors is a top priority. To that end, I will implement call-ahead coordination and curbside to car seat service. I'll skip the rest of this. Oh, well, no. The property includes 3 covered parking spaces, along with approximately 4 street parking spaces directly in front of the residence, which will be utilized conservatively. Thank you for your time, and I'm open to any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much.
I just want one.
Yeah, no, what I was going to just say is have both your providers come down here,
Yeah.
because you can make a comment, then we'll open it up for public comment.
You said what?
No, she said once we're done, all the providers will come back up. And
So just sit in the front row and we'll just,
Sit in the front row.
yeah, just sit in the front row.
As you can tell from the 2 other testimonies here, the whole program that CARES is providing is making sure that these daycares are fully licensed through all the processes, as you said, fire department, health department, Board of Ed. As you know, you can Google home daycares, and a bunch of them pop up, but how many of them have gone through this process? So we're hoping to create a model where this is common in all the areas where they do need the additional help with the kids. It's affordable, and other than the impact or the positive impact that it has for the people, these providers are also given a safe place to rent, to live, and then when they come back up to some questions, the program allows them. Siobhan, how many years is it? At the end, how many years before you guys can purchase houses? 6. Okay. After 6 years of lease, they actually can work with the owners of the house to buy the house. Oh, 2 years. Okay, sorry, 2 years. That'll be a little bit, if there's any questions, they can answer that a little bit better. They'll give them the option to purchase the house, and any equity that's been accrued over that time, they actually split that. So it's not like they're selling it at market value. They'll sell it at whatever they invested, plus split the market value. So it's a great program all around. We understand the concerns about the parking, and a lot of other places, you'll have an influx at 8, an outflux at 4. But because these are working parents, some of them work all different hours, they're dropped off staggered. So I'm hoping that that would help alleviate some of the parking concerns.
Okay,
I think
thank
that's
you.
it. I have, yeah.
Thank you very much. These 3 items have been noticed for public hearing. So why don't we go ahead and have everybody who is here to speak on the item number 14, which is 5617 Grand Guinness Court, come up first. You will each get 2 minutes to speak. Please try to me toos or ditto is perfectly fine. If you spoke at the beginning, then, you know, we can wait and see if there's time for additional public comment. But if anybody's here to speak on 5617 Grand Guinness Court, let's come down. Then we'll do Alta Drive, and then we'll do Monterey Avenue.
Good evening.
And just
Nice
do
to
me a
be
favor
here.
and just confirm for the record which
Oh,
number
I'm
you're
sorry.
on. Okay.
Yeah, my name's David Lee. I'm a resident at 5608 Grand Guinness Court. So I live several houses down from the 5617 address. So yeah, I do have some concerns. Now, I'm a homeowner, and I've lived in this house for 16 years. It's a cul-de-sac, okay, and it's obviously a dead-end street. So my whole time of living there, my whole time raising my family there, it's been a quiet street because, let's face it, everybody that comes down there usually are homeowners or people, or residents or people that are coming to visit, right? A year or so ago when these other people took over the house, we've had nothing but traffic flowing through there now, okay? And when they said that people are double parking, people are pulling up at all hours from early in the morning till in the evening, okay? School buses come through there. I used to work for CCSD. I was a special needs driver, retired 12 years. So I know there's more than one bus that flows through there. So they've been running a daycare since they came in. I don't know how they were able to get that on. I don't have anything against these people, but I mean, you know, this is a residential neighborhood. If you want to do something commercial, you should get a commercial building for that, it seems to me. Okay? So I don't want to, you know, mince any words about it. That's just my feeling on it, and I'm against it. It's a residential neighborhood. It's been a quiet neighborhood up until this time. Okay? Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else, come on down. Please come down and line up so we can just kind of cycle through comments. So anybody who's here for 14, 15, and 16, come on down to the front row and let's just have everybody set up. Ma'am,
Hi, good
thank
evening.
you.
My name is Lisa Solby, and I live at 5604 Grand Guinness, so I'm a few houses in from this daycare. And I oppose what they are requesting for the simple reason that they have been running a daycare out of this home since they moved in. The video that this lady showed you was very nice of the one bus in front, but I can tell you that it does not look like that all the time. There are people who are double parking. There's a little bottleneck on the corner at times, so it's not an accurate view of, you know, what she showed you. There are buses coming down the cul-de-sac that I hear. And I would just like to say to this gentleman from California, when you're buying these homes, maybe you should buy a home that will accommodate the needs of what you're purchasing it for, instead of moving it into a residential area. I'm living here 23 years. I live here, I work here, and I had an expectation that I was moving into a residential neighborhood. And now I have a daycare down the street, and I don't think that's fair to the homeowners that have been here, that have worked here, that have contributed to this city. So I oppose for that reason. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else on 14 on Grand Guinness Court? Sir, you came down at the beginning.
I know I did, and I didn't think I'd need to come back, but unfortunately, like I said, I have pictures here showing some of the things. If you'd like to see them, great.
Yeah,
If not, that's okay,
I'll give you a
too.
minute. So if you want to show the pictures, go ahead.
Sure thing. Well, like I say, there isn't, right here, this is just somebody double parked in front of another vehicle. And then what happens at that point in the morning, that's about the time school buses pull up. They then take up the center, throw out their guard. I can't leave my driveway. I was honked at and screamed at by a bus driver because he was entitled to the whole road. And clearly he was. But you know what? In the real world, there's room to get around. They're creating a situation that's nothing but hostile. We're looking at 4 people here in a row. They're just boom, 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 right down the street, okay, just directly across the street. This nice gentleman has to park his truck in the front because everyone parks their people and does a U-turn in front of the house. And if it was a school, it's illegal to make a U-turn in a school zone. So, I mean, all of this stuff plays in, and it's over and over, and it's every day. I have 2 children. They take the bus. They go out to Jones and wait for the bus. This isn't something that oh, but they're disabled. Fine, if they have a disabled daycare, have it somewhere where it's zoned. Please don't sit here and strong-arm you guys and us. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up. If you're going to speak, come down to a microphone.
Right here?
Yeah, you're great. I'm talking about the gentleman. If you're going to speak, come down to your microphone. Yep, just come on, line up.
Sure. My name is Sandra Kinney, Kinne. My address is 724 Anna Capri Street, 89138. I have 2 children who attend the daycare in Grand Guinness with Shannon. The name of the daycare is Minion Ranch. It is an in-home daycare. It is not a commercial business. It has been an in-home daycare since she moved there. It is licensed by whoever licenses daycare and also by the state. I'm going to give a couple of quick facts before I go into any more details. Nevada ranks 4th for the least affordable daycare in the country. The Children's Advocacy Alliance calls Nevada a daycare desert. In 2024, the Lindsay Institute at UNLV released a policy brief that found that the Las Vegas metropolitan region is short more than 46,000 direct care workers, including daycare workers. This same report from 2 years ago found that the cost of child care as a percentage of income is already higher in Las Vegas than anywhere else in the country, nearly 20%. There is a need in this region for daycare facilities, and an in-home daycare is far more nurturing for children. My kids are far happier and healthier in this daycare. They have been far less sick than they have been when they've been in a commercial daycare. Additionally, many of the children with whom Shannon works are children who have been adopted out of foster care, including mine. The familiarity of their needs, as Shannon is a former licensed foster parent, the community that exists at Minion Ranch, and the care for the kids receive keep me there, even though that drive to her daycare adds 45 minutes to my commute. Minion Ranch is fully licensed. Shannon and her team have met all the requirements to operate an in-home daycare. She is also licensed through the state's updated subsidy program, previously known as Urban League. Shannon's daycare allows for those who have fostered and adopted to have our children in an in-home daycare. The question is not about whether a daycare can exist here. It does. It already does. It is licensed by the state, and it has at most 12 children. This parking variance would not change any parking situation on Grand Guinness. It would simply formalize parking and designate spots specifically for special use. And as for the gentleman who thinks that he needs to park on the street to keep cars away from his property, he has a 3-car driveway and only 1 car is in the driveway. He purposely parks on the street so that we all use the cul-de-sac, which we do, to turn around. There are no more than a dozen houses on this cul-de-sac, if that. There is no traffic. We do not double park. The one time that one other parent parked in front of another house, they got chastised. We all got an email. We got told. We do not double park, and the buses are no different than any other buses because the children are under 5. It's kids in a pre-K program that can't go out to Ann Road or Jones Boulevard. They are 5 years old and under. The families that live on that street are overreacting. It is not a commercial business. It is an in-home daycare, and you can read the reports. All of those statistics are from the Nevada Current, Channel 8, and the Review Journal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Hello, thank you.
And please state which address you're talking about, too. Your name.
My name is Todd Solby, S-O-L-B-Y. My wife spoke earlier. We've lived at 5604 Grand Guinness Court for over 23 years. I am also a 14-year veteran of special ed teacher, 10 years with the district. What this lady just said is whatever. It is a very large inconvenience for the neighborhood. We bought into this house, like I said, 23 years ago, for that serenity of a cul-de-sac, and now it has become a word that I'm not going to use because you guys don't seem to like those words. However, I understand, but again, it's a nuisance. It's an ongoing nuisance. People do double park, so I'm not quite sure what she's talking about. And that's really all I got to say because I won't be nice.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else on item 14 for Grand Guinness Court?
Good evening. My name is Robert Sorial. I live adjacent to the property in question at 5616 Grand Guinness Court. And yes, that is my truck on the street because we moved in here from California about 5 years ago and hoping to have a nice, quiet, serenity area. I'm 100% disabled Vietnam vet. My wife is disabled. My son is disabled. I have to take care of them in my house 24/7 myself as a caretaker. So I don't belittle anybody else from trying to do what they want to do with their property. However, it is an inconvenience for me. I get a lot of people turning around in my driveway, and the markings are there to view. And when my truck wasn't there, I would get a lot of people parking in front. So it's, my wife, of course, gets aggravated with that because she likes to have peace and quiet, and so do I. And I'm not the kind of man who's going to, approach these folks directly. However, I would like for this not to continue in my area, all right? And if it continues, things could, just escalate, and a lot of animosity could prevail with all of us in that cul-de-sac. And there are people that are not here that own businesses and work out of their house, lawn keepers, whatever, and they've mentioned it to me. The trash man, when he comes around in the morning and the bus is there, he has a hard time picking up the trash. He has to wait or go somewhere else first to come in and do his business. So he's voices his concerns to me, and I'm like, hey, this is life in the big city. So, I'd appreciate it if you could just, advise these folks that this is not prudent. And I agree with the comments of my associates that I do not agree with this proposal. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, sir, for your engagement. Okay, anybody else here for 14 for Grand Guinness Court? Okay, seeing none, I will close public hearing on 14 for item, hold on a second. For item number 15, which is 5616 Alta Drive, is there anybody here for public comment on that item? Okay, seeing none, I will close public comment on item number 15, which is the location at 5616 Alta Drive. Is there anyone here for item number 16, which is the item located at 2013 Monterey Avenue? Okay, seeing none, I will close public comment for item number 16. Okay, sir, if you wanted to come back up for rebuttal.
Yes. Okay, after listening to the multiple concerns, I want to get one piece of clarity and then an alternate solution. They had mentioned it multiple times that if they want to run a commercial daycare, this is actually residential use. It's in the code, it's in the Board of Health code. That's why it's 12 children or below is allowed in a residential district. So that I don't want this commercial use. That's the reason that we're licensed as an at-home daycare, specifically under 12 children. So because there's a lot of back and forth about the parking situation, I'd like to offer an alternative, and I spoke with the provider as well. Considering that the issue is that all of these cars make that left turn off the main highway, go down the cul-de-sac, it's a corner lot. We would be willing to make sure that the provider and the buses actually drop the kids off on the main road, which is on the corner, and continue straight. There would be no need for them to turn around, make U-turns. If you could bring up a map or a Google, you could maybe see exactly what I'm talking about. And all the people that do live in that cul-de-sac will probably never see a car going down that road. That's not somebody that lives in there. So if we could pull that up, that might help alleviate some of the concerns, because I see that the objection is not the kids themselves, it's the parking. And then, this street is, this corner property is ripe to have them dropped off right on that. What's the name of that street? Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know the street, but if you were able to pull up a map, it'll help you visually, an overhead. Okay, if you zoom in, it's Camas Canyon Court.
Right.
They can actually drop their children right off of that outside corner and continue to North Jones Boulevard without having, and it can come in both directions. Come off of North Jones, make the left, and then we would avoid this cul-de-sac altogether.
Okay. We're going to have a discussion with Public Works about that
Okay.
offer. Anything else you wanted to respond to related to any of the public comment?
No, and then the other thing is the disabled person, again, it's not disabled children that she's taking care of, it's actually her son. So any reference to disabled people is actually her son that actually lives at the house. So the nurses that take care of him, the physical therapy is for the resident himself. That's all I have.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Okay. You go ahead and stay up here, sir. So we're going to turn this back over to the commission. We'll just kind of walk through each of the items and ask I thought I was being super clever doing these all at once. Maybe I wasn't, but let's just do this. Let me kind of just walk through everybody on the commission and their items and see what people have for the different items in the different wards. So anybody have anything for either 14, 15, or 16? And please just distinguish which one you're talking about. Commissioner Rogan.
Thank you, Chair. I have some general questions with regard to the operations of these and for the applicants and the operators, and I have some questions for staff as well. So it's been mentioned that these properties are already operating as a daycare. Is it operating as a daycare under state licensure, and what's the maximum number of children you have?
I believe right now it's 5, right? Okay. Siobhan, Monterey's not open yet? Okay, no, but as far as without the air.
You folks can come up
Yeah,
to the
come.
microphone. I don't need to have this man act as a proxy.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So I am licensed, and I have been for.
And how many children now utilize your services?
Right now, I have, there's 8 enrolled, 2 are at school. So there's 6 that are usually there.
And then under the state licensure, is there someone mentioned a staff-to-child ratio? Do you know what that is?
Yes, I can have 1 to 6. So
1 to 6.
Anything over 6, I have to have an assistant, which I do.
Okay. So then, once you hit 7, 2 people need to be there. We need 1 parking space for you. You already live there, that's fine. And 1 parking space for the staff member.
My
right?
staff member is my daughter.
Understood.
She lives there too.
Okay. And then I guess my question for staff is, in looking at the minimum special use requirements for this, we're saying that it can be on a 6,500 square foot lot, so that's R1. R1 is 60 feet in width. And essentially we're saying that if you're at 7 children, you need 4 parking spaces. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, that is correct, yes.
And they all have to be on the lot, so we're saying at least 36 feet of the front yard of these 6,500 square foot lots have to be paved for this use in order to meet the minimum special use requirements.
Right, so through your chair, each parking space would be 9 feet wide.
So that's 36
We're doing the
feet.
math, yeah.
So you're talking about more than half of the front yard would need to be concrete or pavement in order to meet this.
Per our current code, yes.
And then even if you're on a cul-de-sac and there's ample, and I'm not saying that there is on this cul-de-sac, folks, I'm just trying to propose a hypothetical. There's ample on-street parking, even under this minimum special use requirement, they're not allowed to do anything in those on-street parking spaces.
Correct. The on-site parking would only be counted for what you're providing on your site.
So what is the policy justification for not allowing these home uses for using on-street parking for drop-off and pickup?
Just the standard way we calculate on-site parking applies to this use as well. So just per our zoning code, the way we calculate our parking, it just lends itself to only allowing what is on site.
I guess that's great, but my question is, why can't we allow them in residential neighborhoods where there's there may or may not be a lot of traffic depending, but it might be safe to allow children to be dropped off for a daycare. What's the policy justification for saying that's not something that we want to have happen?
That's something we can definitely look into. I know there's been conversations about the parking requirement for these types of uses in residential neighborhoods. But at this point, again, going by our zoning code, that is the way we calculate our parking.
All right, and then last question. It says that we cannot do this on streets that are greater than 80 feet in width. Is there a reason why that is?
That is to keep the residential character of these are for group homes. It's not an individual care facility, meaning it's not a commercial daycare. So I think the idea is that you maintain the residential character of the neighborhood by keeping it on a property or a location where it has less than 60 feet of right-of-way.
I'm sorry, right, 60 feet, not 80.
Yeah.
So on the Alta property on number 15, it's a residential street. It's a collector street. It's 80 feet in width, but it's a residential street, especially at this location. So why would we say if Alta were 60 feet in width, it's fine, but if it's 80 feet in width, it's not fine?
Again, I'm assuming it's going through the classifications of the street, right? 80 foot's a collector versus 60-foot residential street. I mean, all we have obviously to go by is what our 1912-070 says at 60 foot. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I think that helps me come to a decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Rogan. Commissioner DeSalvio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me ask this, a couple things to staff. Number one, it's been stated that the applicant has been running, I'll just use 14 for night now. Has there any been, other than now everybody coming out because they got a big red sign in front of their yard, I'm sure, has there ever been in the year that they've admitted that they've been operating as a daycare, has code enforcement had to come out there on parking issues, noise issues, any type of issues that you guys are aware of?
There are no open code enforcement cases and no recent ones at this time.
Okay. Second thing that I have for staff, group home, community resident, we got one coming up. Tell me the difference between the two. Is one allowed to have more than the other?
So, Madam Chair, through you, so a group home is a different type of facility than a community residence. So the group home allows for a dependent child or adult care. There's the group home, which is 7 to 12. There's the family home, which is up to 6. And then you have the care facility, which is the over the 12, which is the more commercial site. Community residence is another type of use that allows for transitional housing, for sober living, things along those natures, which these are not. These are the group home individual care facilities.
Okay, and I understand the position of the residents. I mean, although it's not considered a commercial operation, as stated, right? It still needs to be harmonious and compatible. And that's kind of like my rub. There's a place for it, and I'm saying it's a great thing. I mean, it's definitely needed today's day and age. Everybody's got to work, both parents, everything. I get it. But it also needs to be, at least in my eyes, regardless if it's item 14, 15, or 16, it's got to be harmonious and compatible. And I would have hoped that, instead of putting the cart before the horse, you guys would have, not bought a property, ran it as a business, then came in here and asked for mercy, kind of thing. I would have liked to seen it the other way around. And just, for the neighbors, if it has been a problem, and there's nothing on the record that you guys ever had a problem with it, and sometimes them signs that have popped up in front of people's houses cause a problem. And I've seen that in the past too. But again, I think that this product has a place, and it needs to be harmonious and compatible. It's kind of where I'm at right now.
Could I respond?
Sure, go ahead.
I totally agree with you as far as the harmonious goes, harmonious part of it. We specifically, so we already have an approved special use for the same exact model. So we use the same principles, and again, the harmonious portion of it, it still stays as a residential home, looks like a residential home. There's no crazy features, maybe a sign on the front door, but it's not, we don't turn it into a circus. It's still, you'd have to know it's there to actually have it stick out. The other part is I wanted to just clarify that right now we're in the process of getting an approval for an AMMR, which is basically allowing us to not skip to the I-4 occupancy group, leave it as an R3, which is a residential, because it is allowed by code. There's an appendix for that. It's just that the city hasn't adopted that yet, and we're actually currently working on it. So the other thing that you had mentioned, that we're running a daycare without a license, we are fully licensed, and up to 6 kids, there's some leniency there. So what we're doing is we're realizing that this is a good model, and it's starting to get to the point where we might hit that 12-child limit. So we want to make sure we have all our ducks in a row. I think other than Grand Guinness, I think parking is not an issue because, again, these parents are not parking there for hours. They drop their kids off for 5 minutes and they leave. The only quote-unquote parking would be either the staff or, in the case of Grand Guinness, the nurse would take care of her son. I believe that, as you can tell, there hasn't been any code enforcement objections. The only objections that I'm aware of is what came up today. And I pride myself in being a problem solver. So I find, and I spoke to the provider, and she's willing to talk to the buses and the parents, that the kids do get dropped off not directly in front of the house, but adjacent to the house. I know it's got to be a public work discussion, but it's still literally within walking distance in there. And if we need to, we're willing to put a concrete path directly from that corner to the house. They don't have to go around. So we're willing to work with the concerns of the community, but the overall feel is that this is good for the people. You're always going to have somebody that doesn't like something, but in this case, it's more than one somebody. So I'm proposing that alternative so that we don't affect them, and I'm hoping that that would be enough to satisfy this.
Madam Chair, may I just kind of go back one more time?
Go ahead.
See, and that's what I'm worried about, just what you just said. In order to meet the standard of Title 19, they're talking about pouring another 18-foot of concrete in front of the house, which now takes away from the aesthetics of a harmonious, compatible, and a residential look. Now, to me, if I drove past that, it would look like a house I see along Jones and Alta, where they took the whole front yard out to be accommodating for whatever business they were running, and every house up and down Jones right there, all the grass is gone, everything's got solid concrete. And I don't think the residents would want a house that looks like they're entering almost into a commercial cul-de-sac. You see what I mean? So that's kind of where the harmonious and compatible thing comes in with me. Because to meet the standard for what you need, you're making it look commercial.
Well, I don't know that I'll
Not by
need that.
fault,
Yeah,
but by
no,
code.
I'm saying I don't know if we'll need that. What I was altered, if there was a concern, and again, if you look at this particular property being on the corner, it would a walkway this big. We're not talking, and from the corner to the front yards, maybe 10 feet, and we're talking, even if it was required, it could be pavers, it could be rock. It doesn't have to be industrial concrete. We're not going to take away, because the resale, the value is keeping it look residential. And again, there's no guarantee that's even going to be a requirement. It's just me spitballing, thinking of how I can, satisfy their concerns and also make sure the child's safe. And even if they had to walk around it, we're literally on the corner. She's going to send the staff out. They'll guide them. We don't even need it, but I'm just offering it as, a solution, just spitballing here.
Commissioner Schlottman.
Yes, Madam Chair, through you. On the Monterey property, it's in my ward, and that one, we haven't really received any complaints. There's 3 spaces in the front, and where 4 is needed. I feel that if the 4th person parks on the street, no harm and no foul in this particular neighborhood. My bigger issue is the carport that's in the front, the illegal carport. I've been on this planning commission for 14 years, and I can't remember one carport that I've approved, with the exception of if it's a big RE residential estates property where it needs a 50-foot setback and they're looking at doing maybe a 40-foot setback. But this one comes all the way out to about 5 feet from the property line. I wouldn't be able to get behind that. The storage unit in the back, I understand. I have no problem with that. I think there was also some talk about limiting this to children underneath the age of 17. I think you were open to that for this particular property here. Is that correct?
Actually, by state licensing, the children cannot be over 18. So to be licensed, they can never be over 17.
Okay, so we'll would probably end up crafting a motion, Madam Chair, through you, if I could.
And I'm sorry to bother you. Mrs. West said she wouldn't.
Never accept children over the age of 13.
Okay, and that's great, but just as this moves forward, and if you're not the operator in 5 years or whatever, this runs with the land and it doesn't run with you personally. So we just want to make sure that that we have a condition read into the record that would help protect us from the city standpoint. I know that there's state regulations, but just I'd feel more comfortable with the city regulation or condition. So let me have city staff read that into the record and then see if you agree to that.
Madam Chair, through you, staff would like to read in the condition before making a motion. The condition will be added to 25-0462-SUP1 16C. The condition will read, the use shall be limited to day or overnight care of children only. The individuals being cared for shall be no older than 17 years of age. For 16B, to amend to read, a variance is hereby denied to allow a 0-foot side yard setback where 5 feet is required for existing patio cover carport. And for 16B, to amend to read, a variance is hereby denied to allow an existing patio cover carport to encroach into the front yard setback where no such use is allowed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let me just finish going through commission comments and we'll,
Excuse me.
hold on one second. And then we'll probably work backwards since you've got conditions that you just read for 16. Sir, quickly.
Yeah, just a quick comment on that front patio cover that you were referring to. We actually didn't build it. It's been there with the home for a multitude of years. It's actually on the assessor's record as so we didn't know that it was unpermitted.
Okay, and Madam Chair, through you, and I realize how a lot of times people buy properties, don't realize things are unpermitted and things like that, but as they come up, they have to go through the variance process, and I know that there's some other neighbors on your street that have them. Yours is probably the best looking one out of the entire street, but still, I can't approve them if they were built illegally without, by you or by somebody else. So.
Okay, understood.
And you heard the condition as read into the record by planning staff, and you would be open to adding that condition to item number 16?
Yes, for the under 18, oh, no more than 17?
Yes.
Yeah, even if I didn't say yes, it's not allowed by license, so we can't do it anyway.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Commissioner Kasama, did you have comments?
A lot of my questions were answered through other commissioners, but I did have a question, and honestly, it's regarding agenda item 14, that's 5617 Grand Guinness Court. You've had this property since February of 2024, and I'm just curious about the request now for a special use permit, right? So have you been operating the entire time under 7 children, or are you now hoping to expand? And that is why you're coming for a special use permit? I just want to make sure I'm having some of those facts straight.
So, when I moved into the house, it was the summer, August of 2024. And at that time, we had less than 7 kids. Since then, I've been licensed by the state and got all my ducks in a row there.
No, I
But,
understand that. I just, for the purposes of the city, so the, Southern Nevada Health District and the state licensure is different. I'm more referring to, you would require a special use permit from the city
So
if you had over 7 kids.
So when I actually put in a request to the city when I was doing my licensing, because it's one of the things we have to check off on our list. And I was told I didn't need anything at that point. And I was applying for a group home care, which was up to 12 kids. I'm not sure if someone misunderstood what I was saying, or I'm not really sure, but I did. I actually have a paper that says that at home that I did apply to the city.
Okay, and that might be then maybe a follow-up question for staff, because that's my concern. If you have been operating over 7 kids without a special use permit, that by our standards, that would be kind of an illegal operation. So I just want to make sure I'm having the timeline set, and you can confirm that you haven't had over 7 children. It's just, I do have some concerns, and I do, particularly agenda item 14, I am concerned if it is truly harmonious and compatible.
Commissioner LeBeau, do you have anything down there? Okay. I have some questions. So first of all, let's start with the proposal on item 14, Public Works. Can you talk about that Camas Canyon Avenue proposal and whether or not that would be appropriate for buses? And then I have a question for our city attorneys. Should I? Yeah, why don't you guys talk about that for a second? So, Mr. Radilla, can you talk about, are there any sort of, it sounds like there's a lot of different moving pieces in terms of regulations, governing bodies for these types of facilities. Is there anything at the federal level that you're aware of that restricts, permits, mandates? Like what is the top-down regulations and restrictions for these types of facilities?
For the record, John Rodillo, Assistant City Attorney. For these types of facilities, there's no federal preemption related to homes for the disabled under any sort of fair housing accommodation. There's an additional agenda item down the road here that we will address that matter potentially. But for these they're classified as group homes in our code, but they're really private daycare facilities that are licensed by the state up to 12 children.
All right, so the federal guidelines do not apply to these particular houses,
Correct.
these particular uses. However, there are a gamut of local and state requirements and different regional entities that are going to govern and oversee these operations.
Yes, there's state licensure, there's health district requirements, and then the city zoning and land use requirements.
Okay. And so, again, just kind of turning back to refocus, what we need to talk about is the land use and zoning for these properties, for our decision tonight and for our advice tonight. It's not even necessarily the licensing of these facilities. It's just the variances and the parking and the special use permit for proposed care.
Correct, that's the purview of this board. The licensing is at the state level, and then I believe there's some Southern Nevada Health District requirements as well.
Okay. And so as these facilities get licensed or don't get licensed, residents that have concerns are going to have to sort of navigate the different systems where they can go and file complaints, correct? Whether it's parking or health district or state licensure, those are all going to be different issues that they're going to have to address. It's not going to come back
It's a
through the city.
multi-layered, it would be a multi-layered overview of the operations, yes.
Okay. Okay, Public Works, thoughts? You're working on some conditions. Okay, would you be amenable to the same conditions related to the age restrictions on children for items 14 and 15, just so we can have some consistency?
Yes, we do.
Okay. What was the other restriction? What was the other condition in 16? Yeah. So, okay, so anybody else from the commission have any comments? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and,
Sorry.
Commissioner
We
Rogan.
can go forward with 16. I just have a question on specifically to 15. So
Okay, perfect. Then let's go ahead, Commissioner Schlottman, if you want to make your motion on 16.
Yes, Madam Chair, through you on item 16, 25-0462, I move to approve on 16A 25-0462 VAR1, a motion to deny 16B, which is 25-0462 VAR2 for the patio cover. And then on 16C, 25-0462 SUP1, move to approve that particular item, subject to staff's conditions and the additional condition as read into the record by planning staff about the kids being no older than 17 years of age. And I think that would cover us.
Okay, so just a quick clarification, Commissioner, on 16B, you're approving the storage?
Nope, I am.
In its entirety?
Yeah, I'm denying 16B in its entirety.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. All right, so there's a motion on the floor.
Chair, can we take each one individually because we have an approval and the denial? It can be a little bit confusing what you're approving or denying.
Wait, each individual subpart to 16?
Yeah, I think it'd be easier for the commission to vote.
Sure. Yeah, okay.
Okay, so Madam Chair, on item 16A, I move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
Okay, motion on the floor, please cast your vote. Please post, and 16A carries. Okay, 16B.
Madam Chair, on 16B, I move to deny
Thank you.
item 16B.
Motion on the floor, vote for yes is to deny 16B, please post, and that denial carries, and 16C.
And Madam Chair, on item 16C, I move to approve on 25-0462 SUP1, subject to the additional condition of the kids no longer being, or not to exceed 17 years of age, but read into the record as the planning staff read into the record earlier.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion on the floor, and that passes as well. All right, so 16 is done.
And those are final action tonight unless appealed to the city clerk in 10 days.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Rogan, your question on 15.
Chair, I think the applicant has a question.
I just had one quick question. On 16B, the commission had mentioned that you had no issues with the shed. You understood that in the back. The carport I understood, but I thought you said you were okay with the attached shed in the rear, the storage shed.
Madam Chair, I'd like to rescind my vote on item 16B, make a motion to rescind that vote.
Okay, there is a motion on the floor to rescind the prior motion on item 16B. Okay. That motion carries. It is so rescinded. Would you like to make another motion on 16B, Commissioner?
Yes, Madam Chair, on 16B 25-0462 VAR2, let me just open the conditions up real quick. On 25-0462 VAR2 conditions, number one, a variance is hereby denied to allow a 0-foot side yard setback where 5 feet is required for an existing patio cover. And number two, a variance is hereby denied to allow an existing patio cover to encroach into a front yard setback where no such use is allowed. So those are the two amended conditions, and you agree to those two amended conditions?
Correct, for the front patio cover, yes.
Yes. And then you agree to all other conditions as written in the record?
Correct, but I was referring to the storage structure in the rear.
Yes, that is still in here.
Okay.
So I will make a motion to approve 16B, 25-0462 VAR2, with the amended conditions denying the patio cover
Okay.
and subject to all remaining staff's conditions.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
And before you vote, Commissioner, I just want to confirm with staff that that did take care of approving the shed. Okay, got it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the motion on the floor would deny the patio cover and approve the shed. Is that correct, Director? Staff? Okay, all right. Commissioner Kasama? Okay, please post, and that motion carries.
And that will still move on to council. That is final action, sorry, unless appealed to the city clerk in 10 days.
Okay, so now, Commissioner Rogan, item 15.
Thanks. Before I make a motion, I had a question and then some proposed conditions as well. So on agenda item 1525-0460, there was a waiver to ask to begin operations at 5 o'clock in the morning, which is different than the other two applications. What is the reason for that?
Which address is that? Actually, the provider that was requesting that is no longer with us, so we do not need that any longer.
Okay, so staff, can we remove that waiver, please?
That was on, Madam Chair, through you, that was item 15, correct?
Item 15.
Okay, we'll get that language ready right now.
And then, like Commissioner Schlattman, I think this is an appropriate location for this type of use, even though our code says it shouldn't be on an 80-foot right-of-way. I think that's fine, and it's a waivable condition. So I'm comfortable with this being harmonious and compatible, but I do have some conditions because Alta is a busier street than these other residential streets.
Commissioner, we're going to hate to interrupt, but on that waiver of Title 19.12, is that just for the morning hours or the evening hours as well?
I think it was just a need for the morning hours, was it not? Because
It indicated evening as well, outdoor recreation.
Okay, it would just be removal of the waiver entirely, so they'd be back to the hours of 6 a.m. to 10 p.m.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Radilla. So as I was saying, I think it's appropriate, but it is a busier street. So, and I'm not comfortable saying that if we're going to be allowing these in residential neighborhoods, and Alta is a residential neighborhoods, that people need to pave over their front yard. And as another commissioner pointed out, those look terrible. So I'm comfortable with the parking variance, but I want to put a couple conditions on it. And staff is ready to read those conditions into the record. So if we could just address those two, please, Fred, the initial two, and then I want to make a comment on the third.
Okay,
request.
sounds good. Through you, Madam Chair. So these added conditions will be for 15B. Staff for the group home shall only park off-site within available street parking and leave any on-site parking available for child pickup and drop-off. And then all child drop-off shall occur on-site within the provided driveway/parking spaces.
Do you understand those
Yes,
conditions?
I do, sir. Yep.
And you agree to those?
Yes, we can do that.
All right,
yes.
and then I might need staff's help with this one. Because the provider isn't here or the operator isn't here, I do want to have an opportunity to come back and see how they're doing. And I don't know whether we need to do that administratively or whether we need to bring it back before the final approving body. But for an administrative review, just to make sure that there's no issues with the drop-off, there's no danger to the children, there's no issues with neighbors saying that this is a huge impact to their neighborhood. Are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, what we can do is I can send in a draft of any lease that we would sign that would actually have those conditions. We also, in the lease agreement that the provider signed, we also talk about it has to be fully licensed, the hours of operation. We have those conditions in there. So what we can do is we can add in an amendment to the existing lease for that particular property to include those requirements for anybody, whether it be the next tenant, the tenant after that, so that it's part of that lease going forward.
Yeah. Understood. What I'm talking about really is just for you to come back before the city, either administratively or in front of us or the city council, and make sure that the pickup and drop-off is actually working and it's not causing problems.
Yes, yes.
Are you okay with that condition?
Absolutely.
So staff, what do you recommend? Do you want an administrative review or before us?
Public Works, do you want to take a stab at this one?
Through you, Chair, I have a condition for this.
Okay.
there shall be an administrative review by the Department of Public Works 60 days after operations commence to ensure function of the traffic as it relates to the school or the daycare pickup and drop-off plan and the overall operations. If significant traffic issues arise prior to this date, the city traffic engineer may require a review sooner than the 60-day period. Corrections for any non-compliance must be completed by the applicant within 60 days of written notice from the city.
Thank you very much. Do you agree with that condition,
Yes,
sir?
yes, I do.
All right. Okay, with those conditions and with the record being made tonight, I do believe that you meet the minimum conditions for the special use permit, and I do believe it's harmonious and compatible. So I'm ready to make a motion on agenda item 15, subparts A and B, project number 25-0460. It's a motion for approval subject to all conditions and added conditions.
Madam Chair, through you, Commissioner Rogan, are we striking condition for the waiver for the time as well?
Yes.
Okay.
An amended condition. Thank you.
Right, so 15B again, we're striking waiver condition number 4 in its entirety.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. Please post, and that motion carries.
And that item will move on to City Council on February 18th.
Okay, and then finally, 14. So, Public Works, do you have a condition?
I think Fred may have drafted this one. I have a condition otherwise.
Okay, wait, which condition? I'm sorry.
On 14,
On the street, on the not turning
Oh,
on.
we're doing the same condition over again that we did on 15?
this is the one about the pickup and drop off on Kamui?
Camas Canyon.
Camas.
Okay, that was yours.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me read this condition.
Yeah, Josh, let me just make a couple preparatory, let me ask a couple questions real quick. I should have done that before I asked you. I just wanted to see if you guys were ready. In your justification letter, you have, I guess there's outdoor recreation time that is permitted from like 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., but your justification letter lists the operation hours from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Would you be willing to have that reduced to 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. for outdoor recreation hours?
Yes.
Okay, so let's change that from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And then, since we've had it in 16, let's go ahead and add the condition related to kids' ages as well. I would like in the same administrative review, Josh, for this location added in. And you're okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. And then now, if you would like to do your
Yes.
buses on the adjacent street.
Thank you, Chair. I have Josh Edelman for the record. The condition about parking on Camas Canyon Avenue might read as such if I interpreted Mr. Rogan's correctly. Staff cars must be parked on Camas Canyon Avenue to allow the bus pickup and drop-off of students in front of the home without interference. The city traffic engineer at their discretion may require a review at a 60-day period to ensure compliance. Corrections for any non-compliance must be completed by the applicant within 60 days of written notice from the city. Is that a correct interpretation of? I can read it again.
I'm sorry, are you addressing me for item 15 or item 14?
Item 14.
Okay.
That's me.
That's
That's Ward 6.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was trying to interpret Rogan's guidance on this one.
Okay. I'm so sorry. Josh, just read that one more time then.
Staff cars must be parked on Camas Canyon Avenue to allow the bus pickup and drop-off of students in front of the home without interference.
That's what you were saying, was you would do bus drop-off and pickup on Camas Canyon so that people were not driving on to Grand Guinness Court. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think the main concern was all the traffic going down the cul-de-sac.
Right.
So what I was trying to do is because the traffic that goes in and out more often than just a couple hours at a time would be the parents dropping off the school buses. So what I was suggesting was that the main traffic, the quick traffic, which is the school bus, would be able to drop off on the side street, And this way, because that was the big concern is the drop-offs, the parents dropping off the kids, the school buses. If they were to drop off directly in front of the house, they'd have to go down that cul-de-sac, make that turn and come back. So what I was suggesting was the drop-off happened on the corner, and the staff can just meet them, and then actually so that the buses and continuous traffic just can continue to Jones without going down the residential street.
Okay, so the condition then would say that any pickup and drop-off would be required to be on, let me just find the street name again. Camas Canyon Avenue.
Correct.
No drop-off or pickup would be permitted on Grand Guinness Court.
Correct. So what that would allow for, because it is the resident and the daughter, almost 90% of the time, if there is a staff member, they can pull in front of their driveway because they stay there for hours at a time, and it's not going to be that constant traffic.
Right.
That would help alleviate, hopefully, most of the concerns of the residents in that area.
Okay. Does that make sense, Josh? Okay, so Fred, I think we need to read through all of the conditions for 14 again and just get them all
Okay, Madam Chair,
synthesized.
through you, what we'll do is we'll add the 2 conditions for planning, and then we'll kick it over to Public Works to do the drop-off condition. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, say that again because there's a bunch of sidebar
Oh, sorry.
going
Yeah,
on over
so
here.
so we'll add the 2 conditions for the outdoor recreation and the age of the children, and then I'll give it to Josh so he can do the drop-off pickup, correct? Is that what you're, those 3? All right.
Right.
So for 14B, we are adding all outdoor recreation shall be limited to the hours of 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And then also for 14B, we are adding the use shall be limited to the day or overnight care of children only. The individuals being cared for shall be no older than 17 years of age.
Okay, and then also an administrative review. I mean, I know we've got that related to the parking, but I just want a broader administrative review for the special use permit, which is going to be more encompassing than parking.
Okay.
Okay.
Go and I'll come back. Yeah.
Lots of stuff.
Lots of stuff.
Okay.
So for that broader one,
Well, why don't we do this, guys?
Okay.
Let's do this. Okay. Why don't you work on all my conditions for 14, okay? Somebody just type them all up, and then let's just, I'm gonna trail you, okay? So we can, because it's 8:45.
Yeah, I know, I took up a lot of your time,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
so I'm going to trail you. Staff is going to get me all the conditions, and then we can take a look at them, and then I'll bring you back up for the vote, okay? Does
Sounds
that
good.
sound
Thank you so much.
All right, fantastic. So let's move on to item number 18, 25-0504, public hearing, applicant owner McClune Living Trust for possible action of the following land use entitlement project requests on 2.20 acres at 5924 West Lone Mountain Road, APN 125-36402015, Ward 6, Bruni. Staff recommends approval on the land use entitlement project 18A 25-0504 GPA1 from rural density residential to SC service commercial. 18B 25-0504 ZON1 from RE Residence Estates to C1 Limited Commercial. 18C 25-0504 SUP1 for proposed building and landscape material lumber yard use. 18D 25-0504 SDR for proposed conversion of an existing 2,583 square foot single-family dwelling to a building and landscape materials yard development with waivers of perimeter landscape buffer requirements. May we have the staff report, please?
Madam Chair, the applicant has proposed to convert the existing single-family dwelling into a building and landscape material / lumber yard development. Staff finds the requested general plan amendment and rezoning are appropriate to be located on Lone Mountain Road street frontage, which is designed to carry a high volume of traffic at high speeds. Staff supports the requested landscape waiver and exception as they will have minimal negative impact to surrounding properties. With that, staff recommends approval of all applications subject to conditions. Please note additional documentation of protest and support have been received. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, good evening, folks. If you can please
Hi,
state. and
we are Mark and Christine McClune. We're the owners of 5924 West Lone Mountain and the owners of Living Water Lawn and Garden. Our last name is spelled McLoone. And we are landscape and masonry contractors specializing exclusively in the residential market. And we would like to convert our property to a landscape office and showroom. Now, when I hear the word lumberyard, I think of walking in Home Depot with all the wood everywhere. What we're proposing is to build a botanical garden and a display garden in our backyard. So it would be continuous with the front yard. Our front yard right now is beautifully landscaped. It looks like a lovely home. We'll maintain the look of the residence because we are specifically catering to the residential market. So we want homeowners to come in and feel like they're in their own home and what the potential could be for their landscape.
Okay. Anything else to add?
We will not do any kind of heavy machinery or equipment. No crews will be dispatched there. It will be strictly a showroom and an office where our sales team can bring clients and potential clients to pick out materials to see what it would look like actually installed in their own home. Our neighbor had mentioned that there was a bunch of dirt and piles of rocks and gross stuff in the backyard. We've since gotten rid of all of that. We are operating out of our industrial location.
Thank you very much. This item has been noticed for public hearing. Are there any members of the public wishing to be heard on item 18 that were not heard at the beginning of the hearing? Okay, seeing none, I will close public hearing. I will turn it back to the commission. I'll see if any of my fellow commissioners have any comments on this item. Okay, I have a couple of questions for you. Because you mentioned that you weren't going to do, you've got 18C for proposed building and landscape material lumber use. Is that going to include the hauling of materials in and out of your backyard?
No.
Okay. Is that going to include having anything like even small bobcats in your backyard?
No.
Okay. And then converting the square foot single family dwelling, is that going to just be basically office use, or are you planning on adding on to it at all?
We are not adding on, strictly office use.
Okay. Staff, do we have any conditions on this item other than some of the sort of standard conditions, the 2 years, building permits, that kind of things?
Madam Chair, we had an addition that was requested to be added for the outdoor storage of heavy equipment.
Okay, and that's a condition to prohibit the outdoor storage of heavy equipment?
Yes, and I can add that now, but were you asking about if there's any other conditions currently?
I just was asking if there were any other conditions, but I would like to add that one.
Okay. Madam Chair, through you, staff would like to read in an amended condition prior to making a motion, an added condition prior to making a motion. The condition will be added to both the special use permit and the site development plan review, so 250504 SUP1 and 250504 SDR1, and will read as follows: the outdoor storage of heavy construction equipment, machinery, and vehicles is prohibited. On-site parking shall be limited to passenger vehicles with a maximum capacity of 1 ton. Thank you.
And can you agree to that condition?
100%.
Okay. With that, then I would like to go ahead and make a motion on 18 and 18A through D and its subparts. So that's 25-0504.
Madam Chair, before you do that motion, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Is there a specific anything as far as hours of operation and days of the week?
Not currently. Through the conditions, we can review, though, if Title 1912 may have something for the use itself, but not currently in the conditions.
Could we see if we could put some hour conditions on?
May I tell you, it's in our justification letter. It's Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., by appointment only on Saturdays, closed Sundays, closed all major holidays.
And the other question I had is, does this require a zone change? Because my concern is if it does go C1, and then all of a sudden they decide to change their model, that zoning stays with the land and opens up the floodgates to be multiple things. So how do we pin that down in a condition that, because I know once we do a zone change, are they allowed to operate with the special use permit as zoned as residential instead of changing the zoning to commercial?
Madam Chair, through you and Commissioner DeSalvio, so they would need to rezone to do the building and landscape material lumber yard use, and we don't put conditions on that rezoning, so they could proceed with that new zone without proceeding with either the use or the site development plan.
Okay. And you said there's no conditioning once the C1, okay. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion to, although actually, if you can add in the condition about the hours as represented in the justification letter.
Yes, could we get those hours again?
Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturday by appointment only, closed Sundays, and all major holidays.
And then for the commission, were there particular hours that you wanted to lock in, or does that sound good as?
I think let's just lock in the hours that they represented or their hours, because I think that at least puts some limitations on, you know, I think that was one of the concerns I was gathering from Commissioner DeSalvio.
Okay, so Madam Chair, through you, staff would like to read in an added condition. This condition will be added to 25-0504 SUP1, the special use permit, and would read as follows. The hours of operation for the building and landscape materials / lumber use would be limited to 8 a.m. through 4 p.m. on Monday through Friday, closed on Sunday, and by appointment on Saturday.
Yep, that'll work.
Yeah.
Okay, so the two conditions are the no heavy materials and then those hours conditions, and you agree to both of those? Okay. All right, so my motion is to approve, subject to all conditions, including the amended conditions that were just listed. Motion on the floor, please cast your vote. Please post, and that motion carries.
And those items will move on to City Council on February 18th.
Okay, thank you. Item number 1925 you're welcome. Thank you, folks. Huh? Are they ready?
Okay, I'm going to open up agenda item 19, that is 25-0522 VAR1. I'd like to ask for the staff report.
Madam Chair, no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented in that the applicant has created a self-imposed hardship by proposing to construct a patio cover that does not meet the corner side yard setback requirement. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the variance request. Please note, additional documentation of protest and support have been received since publication. Thank you.
And I ask the applicant to give your name for the record and present the item.
Sure. Jessica Lane with Proficient Patios, representing Mr. and Mrs. Turner. And basically here to request a side setback reduction where a 10-foot is required. So a 10-foot is required on this side due to it being an interior street, where we're asking for a 5-foot. The patio cover has not been built, so we're obviously asking for a setback reduction prior to building. The colors of the patio cover would be to match the trim color of the house. HOA has approved already the improvement as well. And that's pretty much it, just kind of a standard typical solid aluminum patio cover that we see kind of around. So this is just kind of an idea of how it's in the back and how kind of wrapping around the side. That's it.
Thank you. This item has been noticed for a public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak on this agenda item? Seeing none, I will pass along to the other members of the commission. Is there anyone that would give comment?
Yes, Vice Chair, through you. I've reviewed this item, and basically it does look harmonious and compatible with the trim and the house, and it actually does seem to fit pretty well. It's behind a fence as well, and I looked at the street views and everything, and you actually had a few people that actually sent in letters of support. So if I'm not mistaken, 3 letters of support. So if there's no other comments on this, I'm ready to make a motion.
Please do.
Okay, Madam Vice Chair, on item 1925-0522 VAR1, move to approve, subject to staff's conditions. And ma'am, you agree to all staff's conditions have approved?
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Madam Vice Chair, that item is final action unless approved or unless appealed to the city clerk in 10 days.
With that, I'd like to open up agenda item 21. That is 25-0527 VAR1. I just asked for a staff report. I'll read the whole thing. That is 25-0527 VAR1, applicant owner James R. McClary and Nicole N. Springs McClary, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request to allow a proposed patio cover that does not conform to Title 19.06 development standards for setbacks and height at 10435 Irish Cliffs Court. Can I get the staff report, please?
Madam Chair, no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented in that the applicant has created a self-imposed hardship by proposing to construct an RV cover that does not meet Title IX setback and height requirements. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the variance request. Please note, additional documentation of support has been received since publication. Thank you.
And at this time, the applicant, if you want to give some background.
Rick Montoya, MONTOA. The patio cover has not been built.
This item has been noticed for public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, I pass it along to the rest of the Planning Commission. If there's any comments, if there are not, then I'm happy to make a motion at this time. Great. I have no issues with this agenda item. I see it as harmonious and compatible. Appreciate coming before here. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 21. That is 25-0527 VAR1, subject to staff conditions. Motion passes. Thank you.
And Madam Vice Chair, that item will be moving forward to City Council on February 18th, 2025.
Thank you.
All right, with that, I'd like to open up agenda item 22, and that is 25-0529, VAR1, applicant owner Foothill Southern Baptist Church of Las Vegas, Nevada, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request to allow a proposed electronic message unit, LED illuminated display, freestanding institutional sign within 200 feet of residentially zoned property where such is not allowed at 6405 West Cheyenne Avenue. Staff, can I get the report, please?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. The proposed sign does not meet residential protection standards for illuminated display as it is approximately 100 feet from residential homes where 200 feet is required. Therefore, staff is recommending denial. Please note that additional documentation of protest and support have been received since publication. Thank you.
The applicant, if you can give your name for the record and present.
Justin Miller from Sign Centers, 3700 Pecos McLeod.
Do you have any background on this agenda item that you'd like to provide?
Yeah, it's just the church has an existing sign and they want to update it to a more modern, brand new sign with an LED board in it.
Thank you. This item has been noticed for public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to give comment at this time? Seeing none, I'll turn it to members of the commission. Commissioner Schlottman?
Yes, Madam Vice Chair, through you. Question, what's the hours of operation that you're going to run this sign?
I think there were staff conditions for 7 a.m. to 9 p.m., I think.
Let me pull this up. If staff gets to it before me, let me know.
Commissioner Schlottman, while you're doing that, Commissioner DeSalvio, did you have other questions or concerns?
Well, you stole the one. The other one is, what's the lumens? I mean, how bright, is there something that they're set in the standards that it can only be so many lumens so it's not overpowering, seeing that you're within 100 feet of a neighborhood?
I don't know the exact lumen count, but by nature, they all dim by about 75% at nighttime.
And Madam Vice Chair, through you to answer Commissioner DeSalvio's question, it has a maximum of 300 nits, and I was going to recommend that goes down to 150 nits if it was going to be going all night long or anything. But I don't see the condition where this has to be shut down at 9 p.m.
So, Madam Vice Chair, through you, we could add a condition to this stating that the subject sign shall not be illuminated between the hours of 9 p.m. and 6 a.m.
I'd like that condition.
And you're fine with that condition?
Yeah.
And you're only advertising for your church?
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Rogan?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Just how often do you plan on changing the content of the sign? Is it every 90 seconds, every 5 minutes?
I don't know what their specific plan is for the church, but usually on other stuff we've done, it's every 10 seconds. But again, that's a shopping center that I normally do. This is a church. I don't know how many specials they're running.
Yeah, I mean, I'm ambivalent about this. It wouldn't be a problem in a church that's more in a commercial neighborhood, but the residential neighborhood, I can't support it. It's large. It could really interfere with the neighbors' enjoyment of their property. It's shining in that front window.
I don't think it's going to be any more annoyance than the Dutch Brothers across the street. That's giant blue.
What's that?
There's a Dutch Brothers right across the street that shines blue like the Luxor.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's going to be any more annoyance than that.
Yeah, you're right on the corner, though, North Torrey Pines. There's a residential home right across the street. I understand. I understand the comment that you're making, but light's a little bit different than the drive-through. I get it.
But the Dutch Brothers sign is blue.
I get it. I understand. I appreciate it. I'm just.
And the church has already had a sign that's illuminated. The only difference is it's just the LED board.
I'm a no. Thanks. Thanks so much.
Commissioner Schlottman, with that, do you have any other follow-up, or would you like me to make a motion?
Ready to make a motion.
All right, with that, I'll make a motion to approve with the added staff condition. And that will be, so motion to approve item 25-0529, VAR1. Motion carries.
And Madam Vice Chair, that is final action unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, I will open up agenda item 23. That's 25-0530 SDR1 applicant. mind, we are opening up agenda item 24. That is 25-0531 VR1, applicant owner Ruben Eugene Hawkins and Donna Decker for possible action on the land use entitlement project request to allow proposed home addition and attached porte cochere that do not conform to Title 19.06 development standards for setbacks at 1925 Waldman Avenue. Staff, can I get the report, please?
Madam Vice Chair, no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented in that the applicant has created a self-imposed hardship by proposing to construct a garage with a porte cochere that does not meet Title 19 setback and height requirements. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the variance request. Thank you.
Thank you. And applicants, can you give your name for the record and give more background?
My name is Mohammed Abu Tarbush. I work with MK Architecture, representing Mr. Ruben, the owner.
I'm Ruben Hawkins.
So start?
You can go ahead and tell us about the project.
Okay. So we're proposing to do like a garage and a porte cochere. There was an existing garage that we're proposing to demolish and build a slightly
Existing
bigger.
carport.
Oh, there was existing carport that we're demolishing and putting a new garage that's slightly bigger. And the porte cochere, like where the setback for a porte cochere is 30 feet, and we're requesting for 28. And then the garage is supposed to be 50 foot. We're requesting it at 44 feet. Those are the two variances that we're asking for. We did like the adjacent neighbors, we got the letter for their approval. And like the elevations, they do match the house with the materials and all. Like we're gonna use the same rock that they have already on like some of the areas where you could see, and the same stucco and color trim for that, for the roof. And yeah, that's pretty much it. It's just like the porte cochere, because of the circulation of the car, we needed that extra kind of length for the car to fit and like the driveway to work. And like the extra like 5 feet in the garage just to kind of like more storage space, essentially.
Okay, thank you. This item has been noticed for a public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, I will close public comment, and I will turn it over to members of the commission. Commissioner Rogan?
Thanks. You said that you had approval from your neighbors. Did you get written approval from them?
Yes, we do have a letter. I think we uploaded it to the portal also.
Okay, if you could just give it to the clerk so that it's part of the record, please.
Oh, okay.
Thanks. Sorry for making you get up. Thanks. I have no problem with this. Our RE setbacks are the largest in southern Nevada at 50 feet, so whenever we get minor requests like this for RE that are not so significant, I'm very comfortable with it. The drawings looked great. I think it is harmonious and compatible. You have a great neighborhood there, and the quality of development that I anticipate this will have will match or exceed what exists. So I'm very comfortable with what you've proposed. And I'm ready to make a motion, Chair, unless anyone else has any comments.
Please go ahead.
All right. With regard to agenda item 24, project 25-0531 VAR1, I make a motion for approval subject to any conditions, and you would agree to all the conditions, sir?
Yes, we do.
Thank you.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. Please post. And that motion carries.
And that is final action tonight unless appealed to the city clerk in 10 days.
Item 25, 25-0534 SDR1, applicant Art House 4 LLC, owner City of Las Vegas, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request to allow a major amendment to a previously approved site development plan review 23-0047 SDR1 to allow a building and site reconfiguration with waivers of Title 19.09 form-based code development standards at the northeast corner of Jefferson Avenue and D Street, Ward 5, Summers Armstrong. Staff recommends approval. May we have the staff report, please?
Madam Chair, the applicant seeks to amend the approved site development plan review for the shared West Side mixed-use project to enlarge the food court building, reconfigure the site, and revise the food court exteriors. The proposal represents needed multifamily housing and commercial redevelopment within the historic West Side. Staff supports the requested waivers of Title 19 development standards as they will have minimal negative impact to surrounding properties. Staff finds the proposal is consistent with the city's master plan goals for the historic West Side and is compatible with surrounding land uses. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the site development plan review subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, sir. If you can please state and spell your name for the record, give us your address, and tell us about the project.
Hi, Madam Chair, good evening. Good evening, Commissioners. Grant Garcia, partner Art House 4 LLC, Chair Development and Share Downtown. Here tonight to go through this, go through the request. We've been working with the city closely over the last 2 years and just working to clean up the DDA on some changes to the plans that we've had that we have been working with the city closely on. Agree with all of the staff recommendations. I think there was one item, I don't know if it was taken out, item number 11.
Yeah, Madam Chair, through you, the applicant's requested to remove strike condition 11, and staff concurs with that request.
Otherwise, happy to help answer any questions, and thank you for all your time.
Thank you very much. This item has been noticed for public hearing. Are there any members of the public wishing to be heard? Okay, seeing none, I will close public hearing. I will turn it back over to the commission. This is Ward 5. We don't have a Ward 5 commissioner right now. Anybody have any questions or comments?
Yes, Madam Chair, just a quick question. How's, Mr. Garcia, how's your share project coming along? When are you going to open?
Thanks for asking, Commissioner. We did a presentation to City Council last week, gave some updates. We're fully topped off. All the rough plumbing, electrical, that's all in. Sheetrock is going in. We're doing the stucco on the exterior. We're going to be opening up the official interest list for leases on February 21st, which runs in conjunction with the Love on Jackson event. So we're super excited for that. Hope to see all of you there. And then we'll be looking to move residents in at the end of May.
Perfect. Madam Chair, I've read through this item. Staff is in support, and it seems like Mr. Garcia agrees to all. You agree to all conditions if approved?
I do.
Okay. Madam Chair, I move to approve on item 2525-0534 SDR1, subject to staff's conditions.
And Madam Chair, quickly, I just want to reiterate that we are striking condition number 11.
And with striking condition number 11. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. Please, Commissioner Casama, please post, and that motion carries.
Thank you.
And that is final action. Let's appeal to City Clerk in 10 days.
Thank you. Item 27, 25-0543 SUP1, applicant Ariana Caracia Pineda, owner Alan Pineda, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for proposed community residence, including family community residence and transitional community residence use at 5933 Perfect View Street, Ward 6, Bruni. Staff recommends approval. May we have the staff report, please?
Madam Chair, the proposed community residence is compatible with the surrounding residential character and would remain consistent with the scale and architectural character of the neighborhood. The subject property does not have direct access to the existing nearby community residence and is in a different residential subdivision. Therefore, staff supports the special use permit request. Please note, additional documentation of protests have been received since publication. Thank you.
Good evening, ma'am. If you can please state and spell your name for the record, give us your address, and tell us about this project.
Yes, good evening, Madam Chair, commissioners, and staff, and for everyone from the public that attended today. My name is Arian Pineda, applicant for a residential facility group applying for a specialty use permit. So for those people that does not know what a residential facility for group is, it is actually basically a home where people comes and that becomes their house. So basically, we'll be catering for individuals that are elderly, 65 and above, disabled, vulnerable, veterans. So they will basically be moved there because they're no longer safe at home, or they don't have any available family members or caregivers that can actually stay in the house. It's not a commercial institutionalized facility. So I work as a nurse in a hospital, and I wanted to give back to the community. I've been a nurse for about 16 years, and I always see our elderly that wants to go back home, but since they have like diabetes, hypertension, weakness, and things like that, they cannot go home safely because family members are not available 24 hours. So we do have our licensing after this, so I'm actually doing it where I'm getting the permission from the city to actually open up the home to be a residential facility for group. So once I get that specialty use permit, the house will be licensed under the Bureau of Healthcare and Quality under the NRS 449, which actually keeps this house as residential. So we'll basically be providing help with their cooking, laundry, and things like that. This is non-medical home. We won't provide any treatments that are medical, nursing, no rehabilitation or anything like that. So I understand that some people, when they hear like, oh, it's going to be a facility, it's going to, change the house or the value of the homes and things like that. But in reality, we are not, because it's a house. So we'll basically be providing care with their cooking, with their laundry and things like that. There will be no doctors that are going there. They will continue to see their primary care physicians. They can go outside with their family members, go shopping, watch movies, and things like that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This item has been noticed for public hearing. Are there members of the public wishing to be heard on this item? Okay, come on down, grab a microphone. Anybody who wants to speak on this item, come down. Let me ask you a question real quick, ma'am, while members of the public are coming down. Can you just, I'm sorry, Ariana. Don't let that, no, come back up. I've got a question for you real quick before they start talking. This is for folks 65 and over only, correct?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay.
65
And this is,
age only, and possibly like disabled and things like that. So when I was looking it up and studying it, actually, if I just can respectfully mention that elderly that are 65 and above, especially with disabilities, are actually protected by the Fair Housing Act and American with Disabilities Act. That distancing, which is like the 660 feet, it should not be limiting people that needs to have housing.
okay. And so, yeah, so 65 and over is what your limited residents are, and this is not a halfway house.
No, Madam Chair,
Okay.
it's going to be a residential facility for groups only.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, folks, come on down. Everybody grab a microphone so you can just state your name and your address, and 2 minutes on the clock for everybody. And ma'am, you can step aside so somebody else from the public can grab that microphone. Thank you.
Everybody always has a trouble with my name and spelling, so I'm going to spell it for you. All of it. Terry Lee. Terrylea, all one word. I have no middle name. Last name's Hankins, Hankins, and I live at 5916 Perfect View Street. And I've been there since they laid the first slab, 25 years. It's a quiet, elderly community, and also the other Perfect View Street's very little. It only goes so far. We've got 4 fingers on that, and the majority in Perfect View area are all elderly. We might have 2 little kids in the middle or 3rd finger. But the school is very close. Lead Middle School is extremely close. As a matter of fact, if you stand in the corner of the backyard of this house, you can see the actual playing field and the actual school. We have heavy traffic in there because of that, and we also have cars with parents that come in there and park so that they can be on the side streets so that their children can walk the little short distance to their vehicles and not have to enter into the school zone. So we have that in the mornings, and we have that certainly in the afternoon. This cul-de-sac is small. The garbage trucks normally have trouble. They have to pull in, back up, pull in, and then pull back out. Not only that, but across the street from this residence, there is a Mexican family, and they have a large amount of family in this home. There are 5 vehicles and sometimes 6 to this house. And during the day, it looks like a perfectly good street. But by the time everybody comes home and on weekends, you're doing good if you could get down Perfect View Street into that cul-de-sac. You also have across the street directly from the Mexican family house, we have a family that have a huge truck, a boat, and 2 other cars. And so they are on the street except for the boat.
I think,
It
ma'am,
is-
if you could wrap up.
Okay,
2
it's
minutes
just
each.
very, very difficult.
Okay.
And finding a place to park, and it's, this is going to bring it, because it's just no room.
All right, thank you.
I am Dr. Always, ALWES. I live at 5904 Perfect View, which is just about 3 or 4 houses from this location. Like she said, there is so much traffic on that street. They come down the street pretty fast to avoid the school zones, and they make a really sharp turn at the cul-de-sac. The cul-de-sac is 2 car garage homes with 4 vehicle families in 3 different buildings. So that cul-de-sac has got RVs, motorcycles, trucks, and cars. As far as she said, the age restriction on that, I would like to know that that would be enforced, because this is almost a retirement neighborhood. The other thing is, it says family community residents and transitional community residents. That indicates to me a lot of people. Community isn't just 1 or 2 people. I'd like to know what the limit is on that building, what the limit is going to be for this program. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Next. Go ahead, please.
I'm Sandra Adams, SANDRAADAMS. I live at 5001 Tropical Cliff Avenue at the corner of Perfect View. And my main concern there, we had one of our neighbors to previously get ill, and the ambulance had to come in. When you come in there, you can't turn around to go out. The ambulance had to pick the gentleman up and had to back out, of the street. And my thing is, you got elderly people that cannot go home. This is dangerous. It could be life threatening to some people in case we do have to call an ambulance for them or whatever. Like I said, it is so congested there with people with boats that are in their driveways. They have to park their cars on the street. We have people that have their RVs in their driveways, so they have to park their cars on the street. It's a busy, tight spot. You cannot even go up in that cul-de-sac and just turn around. You have to turn up in somebody's driveway, and that can cause problems. So my main concern is for elderly people. I don't think in that little corner there it's safe as far as transportation, as far as getting them in and out of there in case of an emergency. I think it's dangerous. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Go ahead.
Beth Christensen, 5008 Tropical No Court. I'm down the street from them. I'm not going to repeat what everybody said, but I totally oppose any commercial in a single resident area. It will bring our property value down. There's not enough parking space. I don't feel safe when you have people come in and out in a commercial area. And I'm afraid if we call anybody to do anything, it's going to take forever. For example, we had a abandoned car parked there. We called city. It took 2 months to move that abandoned vehicle. Not only one vehicle, it's been several vehicles. And there's like an RV parked there. Nobody's doing anything, even though we're allowed 72 hours. So anything happens over there, I feel like city's not going to do anything. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Ma'am, go ahead.
My name is Linda Marvin. I live at 5916 Perfect View Street. Elderly people need a place to go. And I've been a part of having a person in a place like that. But this is a residential area. There are children, a couple of little boys down at the cul-de-sac that play basketball there all the time. My question to the owner of this is, what happens? They've got a 2-car garage, and they've got maybe 6 elderly people there, and 6 cars pull up to see their parents at the same time. Where are these cars going? There's no place for them to go. If this passes and it's zoned for this, what's to say that these people say, well, this is not being profitable and we're going to sell the house, and now that house is structured for maybe the next person to buy it and turn it into a halfway house. So it's a residential area. It's perfect. It was a Perfect View street, and we'd like to keep it that way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Anybody else wishes to be heard on this item? Okay, seeing none, I will close public comment. I'll call the applicant back up. And did you have anything you wanted to say in response to public comment?
Yes, Madam Chair, and I'm thankful for the residents to bringing it up. And I understand that when there's something new in the community, it raises concerns. And I agree with them. So if I can just show this map of the home. So this is the home that we are applying for a specialty use permit. So we would have an on-site parking. So when I did my pre-application, they actually only require 2 parking spaces. And actually with this plan, you'll have those 2 parking spaces, and it's still gonna be ADA compliant if there's an ambulance that's pulled over. And I would have ample of space here. So with here, I will show you on how our operations are going to be. So morning care will be provided from this time to this time. They will be doing their puzzles and things like that. And this is all going to be quiet inside the house. They will, of course, have their lunch and rest period from 12 to 2 p.m. And then afternoon programs and visit will only run from 2 to 5. Dinner and quiet time from 5 to 8. So we will be staffed based on the licensing. After this, if I get the permission from the city, we'll have 1 caregiver to 6 residents. And I understand the concerns of how, what if all these family members comes up. So under the HCQC and NRS 449, residential facility for groups can be licensed from 7 to 10 people at the same time before you need to be like a commercial big assisted living facility. Again, this is a house. It's not an institution. So basically, this is like me having my parents in the house, and since the family member is not available, then they'll be the one cooking for them, doing the laundry and things like that. They won't be providing wound care, no IV antibiotics or anything like that. This is basically going to be a home for our vulnerable veterans, elderly, and disabled individuals. And again, as on my plan here, on my justification letter, anything that's outside visitor hours will require administrator approval, and we will probably more low traffic than what they're already talking about in the community. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Any members of the commission wish to make any comments on this item? Okay, Mr. Radilla, can you talk about what I mixed up the 2 items on?
John Rodella, Assistant City Attorney. Just to give you a little bit of history, back in 2008, the United States District Court of Nevada overruled all of the state of Nevada and Clark County restrictions on this type of use, which required extensive rewriting of the city code and the county code, as Jeff could probably speak to. Basically, residential facilities for the disabled are governed by the Fair Housing Amendments Act of 1988, the Americans with Disabilities Act, and the Federal Rehabilitation Act of 1973, which largely permit up to 10 residents in a residential facility, in a residential zoning, to be treated as a residence as if they were somewhat like family members. There are abilities to limit with distance separation only under certain criteria. If the building is to be used, we modify to make it inconsistent with the neighborhood scale and architectural character. If the number of community residences on a street would create sort of an institutional atmosphere where you have home after home, or the community residents would not comply with certain conditional use like life safety, licensure by the state, and the tenants would be a direct threat to others.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Radilla. Let me ask you, Ms. Pineda, a couple things. How many people are you expecting to be in this home?
So we are expecting, Madam Chair, to license it for 7 to 10 individuals.
Okay. And it's only going to be for residents 65 and over, correct?
Yes, Madam Chair. It's going to be licensed under the Bureau of Healthcare and Quality.
Okay, and can we put a condition that has that same age restriction like we were doing for 14, 15, and 16, but instead of younger than, older than?
Madam Chair, through you, staff would like to read in an added condition prior to making a motion. This condition would be added to 25-0543-SUP1 and will read as follows. The use shall be limited to individuals 65 years of age and older.
Okay, and then can we also just do an administrative review on this 6 months after operations commence? Or something, just so we can sort of check in.
Through your chair, I can read that condition in.
I'm sorry, Josh, what was that?
The new condition shall read, there shall be an administrative review by the Department of Public Works 60 days after operations commence to ensure function of the site as it relates to the daycare pickup and drop-off plan. Never mind.
Not daycare.
It is not daycare. As
No.
it relates to the pickup and drop-off plan of the overall operations. If significant traffic issues arise prior to this date, the city engineer may require a review sooner than the 60-day period. Corrections for any non-compliance must be completed by the applicant within 60 days of written notice from the city.
Okay, and then, Mr. Radilla, is it appropriate to put a cap of 10 residents on? Is that permitted under FHA?
Yes.
Okay. Are you willing to agree to a condition that you will not have more than 10 residents?
Yes, I accept, Madam Chair, because that's going to be my license for.
Okay, all right, just wanted to kind of put all that on.
Thank you.
Okay, so those will be the 3 conditions on that, and you would agree to all those conditions?
Yes, I do agree, Madam Chair.
Okay. Do we need to just read them all in, Mr. Floyd, or do you think we're? Hold on a second. Let me just do the conditions first.
Yeah, I think as far as the conditions, you read the 2 in and yours was clear. I think as long as the clerk has those, then yes, we're good to go.
Okay, Commissioner Salvio, you had a question?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just for clarification for me, so those conditions are basically based on this applicant. Should this applicant, for some reason down the line, change the business model, sell it off to somebody else, would it then revert back to becoming something that I hope it wouldn't, which would be some transitional housing or some type?
So this runs with the special use permit, and so that'll be with the land, not with the applicant. So someone else could come in and they would still be subject to those conditions.
Can I just add on, Madam Chair? So for our residential facility for groups, it's actually governed by the state. So every single year we have to relicense, and every single month we actually have a visit from the state to ensure that all the residents are safe and living with dignity.
Okay, thank you for that additional information.
Chair, Assistant City Attorney Radilla down here. The community residence land use classification actually limits it from 5 to 10 residents. So the actual permission she's getting from the city, it limits it to 10 maximum. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a condition. she'd be in violation of her land use entitlements if it was more than 10.
But to Commissioner DeSalvio's point, I'm just trying to make sure that, I just was trying to put some limits on that run with the SUP. But if you're saying that the definition of if you're saying that community residence as defined in this application is limited to no more than 10 at any time, then that is also, that's also like.
It doesn't need to be
It doesn't
reconditioned.
need,
It'd be
because
belts and
it's already
suspenders
part
kind
of
of
the
thing.
SUP.
Yes.
Okay, so then I guess the only conditions we need are 65 and over and administrative review. Madam Clerk, you got that? Okay, all right, got it. All right, if nobody has anything else, I'll go ahead and make a motion on this. Motion to approve, subject to all conditions and the new conditions that we read in, and you're in agreement with those conditions?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Great, thank you so much. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
And that will move on to City Council on February 18th.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Item 28, 25-0551, applicant owner Clark County School District for possible action on the following land use entitlement project requests on the west side of Schaumburg Road, south of West Sky Canyon Park Drive, Ward 6 Bruni. Staff recommends approval on the land use entitlement project May 28A, 25-0551, SDR1 for proposed two-story, 114,995 square foot primary school, and 28B, 25-0551, MSP1 for proposed signage in conjunction with a public institution school. May we have the staff report, please?
Madam Chair, the applicant has proposed a new two-story elementary school within the Sky Canyon Master Plan community on a site classified as school on the Sky Canyon Master Land Use Plan. 63 classrooms are proposed, including future planned portables. Staff finds the proposed development compatible with surrounding development. Staff also finds the proposed master sign plan provides a unified sign design for the school, is compatible with adjacent residential development, and conforms to residential protection standards. Therefore, staff recommends approval of both applications, subject to conditions. Please note, additional documents of protest and support have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, gentlemen. If you could please state and spell your names for the record, give us your address and tell us about the project.
Good evening, Chairwoman, Planning Commissioners. Chris Dingle, 1180 Military Tribute. I'm with the Clark County School District. This is an application for a new elementary school on Schaumburg and Sky Canyon Park. I want to turn it over to the architect. He's going to give a brief presentation, and then I'll be able to answer any questions you may have.
John Lopman, 8985 Southeastern Avenue. Subject site's on Schaumburg Road. It also backs up to Sheep Mountain. We do not have access to Sheep Mountain, so all of our access to the site is on Schaumburg. So we have a bus loop at the north end, and then we have parent and teacher staff access off of Schaumburg that kind of works its way around. There's a parent drop-off that we work quite a bit with staff to come up with this plan. There's a couple of routes to go through here. On the south side here, there's the exit for the parents, which kind of wraps around the parking lot there. This is 850 students. It's very similar in architectural style to the Hancock Elementary School that was built, it was completed this year in the city of Las Vegas. There's a courtyard, two buildings, courtyard. The courtyard is shaded by the south building, and there are shade structures throughout the site. The playground is partially hard court and partially it's artificial turf at this time. There's a lot of slope to this site, so there are some retaining walls. So low end of the site is along Schaumburg, high end of the site is back by Sheep Mountain. So we have kind of grabbing retaining here, so this is a little higher than it is right now in the playfield area. And it's a little lower down here. This is the kindergarten area back here. So the site slopes down, flattens out, and then we retain on this edge. Happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you very much. This item has been noticed for public hearing. Are there any members of the public wishing to be heard? Seeing none, I'll close public hearing. I will pass it back to the commission. Anybody have any issues, questions on this item? Okay, I just have one question. If you can just kind of talk to me about what you've got set up in terms of shade and urban canopy at this campus.
Grab the landscape plan here. So this is the landscape plan where we've got tree line along Chamber. We have trees along the north edge over here where the playground is and ball field or turf area. There are multiple shade structures throughout. So the play equipment is covered by a 50 by 60 shade structure. The kindergarten play equipment is covered by a 40 by 30 shade structure. And then there are 30 by 30 shade structures throughout the playground. The school district, for security reasons, doesn't put trees in the central part of the parking lot. It's their standard. They block views for their security cameras.
Okay, thank you very much. I just kind of wanted you to do the walkthrough on that. I'm really excited that we're getting another school up in Ward 6 as we continue to grow. It's so important that we have, our schools grow with us. And so it'll be nice to be able to open up a new facility. When do you break ground? What school year would you start?
We're actually going to start grading in a couple months. The grading's out to bid. The school will be completed in June of 27.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you guys so much. Thanks for the work. And with that, I will
Madam
go
Chair.
ahead. Yes.
Madam Chair, through you, we have an adjusted condition that we agreed to before the commission tonight. Please adjust condition 6 to read as follows. Dedicate a right turn lane on Chamber Road for the main entrance to the school prior to issuance of off-site permits for the site. Construct the right turn lane concurrent with on-site development. And this is the same as it was before, just rewritten for language and clarity.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so I want to make a motion to approve item number 28, subject to all conditions, including the amended condition. Do you agree to all conditions?
Yes.
Great, thank you so much. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. Please post. That motion carries. Thanks, guys, for bringing a new school up to Ward 6.
Thank you. And that will move on to City Council on February 18th.
Item 29, 25-0552, SUP1, applicant owner, LV Arts District Owner LLC for thank you. Sorry. Okay, I'm so sorry, sir. I'm going to hold 29 for a second because I've got to go back to 14, and I kept asking Mr. Floyd to remind me, so please come back up for 14. And then I just get going really fast, and okay. So where we are is on 14. I am going to make a motion to approve this. I know there are some challenges, but I do think it will be harmonious and compatible with some conditions and administrative review. Again, because this is an SUP, these conditions are going to run with the land essentially so that things can't change necessarily.
Sorry, carry on.
That's okay.
Giving Josh hand signals.
Okay, are we getting the conditions to read in one comprehensive thing? Okay. But before we post the motion, I just want to have staff read in the conditions that we have crafted for your application.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair, Seth Floyd for the record. So we will be adding 4 conditions, and I'll have staff read them, but just to summarize what they are I'll call it the circulation or on-site loading condition that we had on item 15. There is an age condition that was on the other 2 as well, 15 and 16. There will be an hours of operation on the outdoor recreation component. And then, why can I never?
Administrative review.
And the administrative review, I'm sorry, the administrative review. So, Fred, if you'll read in the planning ones, and then I'll have Josh read in the circulation one. or the loading and unloading one?
Sure thing. So 14B, all outdoor recreation shall be limited to the hours of 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Staff for the group home shall only park off-site within the available street parking and leave any on-site parking available for child pickup and drop-off. All child drop-offs shall occur on-site within the provided driveway and parking space. And then we have the administrative review, which is all child drop-off shall occur on-site within the provided driveway parking spaces. There shall be an administrative review by the Department of Public Works 60 days after operations commence to ensure function of the site as it relates to the daycare pickup and drop-off plan for the overall daycare operations. If significant traffic issues arise prior to this date, the city traffic engineer may require a review sooner than the 60-day period. Corrections for any non-compliance must be completed by the applicant within 60 days of written notice from the city. And the last condition is the age one. And give me 1 second, please. It says all child's on site shall be 17 years of age or younger. Thank you.
And you agree to all those conditions?
Actually, I think that's incorrect. The driveway drop-off is actually on the Alta property.
No, we're adding that to this one as well.
Oh, so, okay, so it's an additional, so,
We're not gonna mess with the bus.
Okay.
We're gonna just condition it like we did for Alta.
Okay.
Which is, because that's what it reads in the code, is that
okay,
it's
I
on
got you,
site.
okay. Okay, so there's no drop-off on the adjacent street? Is
On the
that-
what? On the adjacent?
On the adjacent street, okay, all
No,
right.
you can't drop off. You can have staff and visitors park on that adjacent street, which
Okay, but you want to
would
drop off-
probably be a good neighborly thing to do.
Okay,
But drop off must be on site, which is the driveway.
okay, understood.
Okay.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, all right. All right, I guess that's it. So you agreed to all those conditions?
I do, yes.
Okay. And all the conditions previously put into the staff report?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so with that, and subject to all conditions, I'll make a motion to review. To approve. Item number 14, 25-0459, and its subparts 14A and 14B. And there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. Please post. And that item passes. Okay.
And that will move on to City Council on February 18th.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. Thank you so
Thank you
much.
for your patience. Okay, item 29, 25-0552, SUP1, applicant owner, LV Arts, district owner LLC, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for proposed alcohol on-premise full use for an improved multifamily residential development at 123 West Imperial Avenue, Ward 3, Diaz. Staff recommends approval. May we have the staff report, please?
Madam Chair, the proposed alcohol on-premise use is located within a mixed-use development in the Gateway District and is consistent with the city's master plan goals for downtown redevelopment. Therefore, staff finds the proposed use can be conducted in a harmonious and compatible manner and existing surrounding uses, and recommends approval of the special use permit subject to conditions. Please note the incorrect plans were included in the agenda. The correct plans for the project are located within your supplemental packet. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, sir. If you could please state and spell your name for the record, give us your address, and tell us about the project.
Yes, Madam Chair. My name is William Stoddard. I'm an attorney with the firm of Albright, Stoddard, Warnick, and Albright. Our address is 801 South Rancho Drive, Suite D4. I'm here representing the applicant. We agree with all of the staff recommendations and conditions. What this really is a prerequisite to our full liquor license application. And it's simply for the purpose of adding an additional amenity to the new Miles apartment complex being constructed on the south end of the Arts District in the center of Las Vegas. The purpose is to simply add a dispensing alcoholic beverage room on the 3rd floor of the apartment complex for the residents, which is controlled pretty strictly by the licensing division of the city of Las Vegas. And the purpose of it is simply to provide an opportunity for the residents and the adult residents in the apartment complex to be able to get alcoholic beverages on site. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you, sir. This item has been noticed for public hearing. Are there any members of the public wishing to be heard on this item? Okay, seeing none, I will close public hearing. I will pass it back to the commission. Does anyone have any questions or comments on this item? Okay, seeing none, I'll pass it to Commissioner Schlottman.
Yes, Chairwoman, no comments. This is actually what we want to see down in the Arts District, so I'm ready to make a motion.
Please do.
On item number 29, 25-0552 SUP1, move to approve, subject to staff's conditions, and you agree to all the conditions if approved?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. Please. Commissioner Schlottman. Please post. And that motion carries.
And that is final action tonight unless appealed to the city clerk in 10 days.
Thank you. Item 30, 25-0558 SDR1, applicant owner 711F LLC for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for a proposed 2-story, 6-unit multifamily residential development with waivers of Title 19.09 Form-Based Code development standards at 711 F Street, Ward 5, Summers, Armstrong. Staff recommends approval. May we have the staff report, please?
Madam Chair, the applicant has proposed a 2-story, 6-unit multifamily residential development. The proposal represents needed multifamily housing within the historic West Side. Staff supports the requested waivers and exception of Title 19 development standards as they will have minimal negative impact to surrounding properties. Staff finds the proposal consistent with the city's master plan goals for the historic West Side and compatible with surrounding land uses. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the site development plan review, subject to conditions. Please note additional documentation of support has been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, sir. If you can please state and spell your name for the record, give us your address, and tell us about this project.
Michael Livingston, architect, and I'm the agent for the owner. My address, 2851 Huber Heights Drive, 89128.
Okay, great. And if you can tell us about the project, please.
It's the project is located in the historic West Side, right next to. It's a difficult, tight site, right next door to I-15, which runs through. I-15, which runs very close to the site, and you can see from the photograph here that the site basically backs up into this sort of into this difficult lot. There are 6 units which have 2 bedrooms each. They're constructed for rental and to go basically through HUD program. It's a durable construction made out of concrete block and with a metal roof. The challenge of the site is the fact that down here, the site drops off down to F Street, and we have to have the slab as being all level, so the access is coming in from the 20-foot right-of-way. So that forms part of the conditions and waivers that we're asking for. We don't have any objections to the waivers. We're quite prepared to go ahead with everything that's been listed, which amounts to from the planning report, staff report, I think it's 24 conditions. We don't have any objection to any of those. That's kind of basically the project. I mean, it's aimed for, for families, and there is a backyard in every house. So, and each property is accessible. So it means that the whoever rents these places can put their dog or their baby out there in the backyard, and it's a good solution. We meet the requirements for putting in trash, and I'm in contact with Republic Services. There's no problem there. We're asking for a waiver on the parking. But other than that, all access comes in from the right-of-way. And we have this sort of peculiar space on the south side, which is owned actually by the city of Las Vegas. It's a 20-foot right-of-way and utility easement, so all of our water and sewer will actually drop into the existing services which are along there going east. And that's the project.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. This item has been noticed for public hearing. Are there any members of the public wishing to be heard? Okay, seeing none, I will close public hearing. I will pass it back to the commission. Do any commissioners have any questions or comments on this item? Okay, Commissioner Schlottman.
Madam Chair, I don't have any comments on this. I reviewed this, and staff was recommending approval. I agree with staff, and I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, please do.
On item 3025-0558 SDR1, move to approve subject to staff's conditions.
Thank you. There is a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. Commissioner DeSalvio? Please post. And that motion carries.
And that is final action unless appealed to the city clerk in 10 days.
Thank you. Item 31, 25-0564, VAR1, applicant
very
owner,
much.
you're welcome, Xiomara Ramirez Gonzalez, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request to allow an existing 7-foot tall front yard wall where 5 feet with a 2-foot solid base is the maximum allowed at 4324 L. Conlon Avenue, Ward 3 Diaz. Staff recommends denial. May we have the staff report, please?
Madam Chair, staff finds that the requested variance to be a self-imposed hardship, as no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented to warrant the granting of a variance. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the request. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, folks. If you could please state and spell your names for the record, give us, your address, and tell us about the project.
Good evening. My name is Xiomara Ramirez, and my address is 4324 El Conlon Avenue here in Vegas, 89102. Well, we purchased, this is my first home. We purchased this home in October. So whenever we move, we noticed that it was a Section A in front of us, and we noticed as well that there is a lot of concentration of homeless. And for my understanding, and my neighbor says to me that that house, before we purchased, was invaded for a lot of homeless. They pretty much rebuilt the whole house, and they put concrete walls. But for some reason, the homeless, they think the house is still empty, and they try to get in. Twice, we have to call the police. The retaining wall, the system retaining wall is very low, so anybody can just jump on it. I have two dogs, 2 service dogs, and they're well trained, thanks God. But obviously, they've been barking on the homeless whenever they try to approach or get in, or one of them, 2 of them, they just pretty much bring all the stuff in front of my house and blocking my driveway. And both few issues as well, that the gates, they're not obviously working well, and anybody can just open it. So one of them, they try in the middle of the night, my dog start barking, and he's very protective. So my main concern is obviously I'm afraid for my safety, that somebody can just jump in or something. So my idea was just put a fence around the property. So I was playing with the design, and I submit the design. Also, I talk with my neighbors and ask them, and they gave me his signatures, and I have the signatures here with me with a lot of my neighbors, and they say we have no problems. My house is a corner, so, and obviously I cannot block any visibility. So I try to do the design that not blocking any visibility for turn, but as well, like I said, I just need be safe in my own house. And well, it's pretty much that's my main concern, my safety, my dogs. I don't want they can bite somebody or somebody, you know, people, they just poison them because they're just crazy people. I love my dogs. And well, me and I have a friend who is an architect. He helped me out with the design and the measurements and all that. So we submit everything here, and hopefully you can help me with that. And if that's been approved or what your suggestions, because like I say, it's my first house here, and it's my first time here. I never been in all this trauma, so I'm new in all this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This item has been noticed for public hearing. Are there any members of the public wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I will close public hearing. I will pass it back to the commission. Anybody other than Commissioner Schlottman have any comments or questions on this one? Okay, Commissioner Schlottman.
Yes, Madam Chair, I reviewed this item, and I didn't have any big issue with it because, I mean, you can still see through. The biggest problem that I had is I didn't want it to be misunderstood in the future to where you could have a 7-foot tall solid wall, and what we have is the columns going up, and I can care less that we have columns going to 7 feet, but I don't want somebody getting confused and taking this as they could build a solid wall. So I had staff create a condition, and I'd like to have staff read that into the record.
Sure, Madam Chair, through you. So the condition will read, the subject wall shall be in conformance with the site plan and elevations, date stamped 11/22/25.
So basically, that means that it will, we're approving what you showed us on your drawings,
Okay.
and nothing else.
Okay.
You agree to that? And you agree to all other staff conditions if approved?
Yes.
Okay, which is getting permits and things like that. Okay. All right, Madam Chair, ready to make a motion?
Please do.
Item 3125-0564, VAR1, move to approve subject to staff's conditions and the added condition as read into the record by planning.
There is a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. Please post. And that motion carries.
Thank you so much.
And that is final action unless appealed to the city clerk in 10 days.
Thank you. Item 32, 25-0592, applicant owner DFA LLC for possible action on the following land use entitlement project request generally located on the east and west side of Harvey Munford Street in between Washington Avenue and Bonanza Road, Ward 5, Summers Armstrong. Staff recommends denial on the land use entitlement project. 32A, 25-0592 VAR1 to allow a 60-foot lot width where 100 feet is the minimum required, 0.32 acres on APN 13928303005, 32B 25-0592 VAR2 to allow an 80-foot lot width where 100 feet is required, 0.38 acres on APN 13928304003, and 32C 25-0592 ZON1 from RE Residence Estates and C1 Limited Commercial to C2 General Commercial. May we have the staff report, please?
Madam Chair, staff finds the proposed rezoning from RE Residence Estates and C1 Limited Commercial to C2 General Commercial to be inappropriate, inconsistent with the adjacent single-family dwellings. Additionally, no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented to warrant the requested variances to allow narrower lot widths than what is required in the C2 General Commercial Zoning District. Therefore, staff recommends denial of all the requested land use entitlements. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, gentlemen. Thanks for sticking around. And
you guys are quite the night owls.
I know. Please go ahead and state your name, spell them for the record, give us your address, and tell us about this project.
Lloyd Benson. My address is 7140 Doe Avenue, 89117.
Mac McKnight, 43-1 Plumeria Mist, Las Vegas, Nevada.
So this property, this DFA property, is Don Ahern's property. Ahern Rentals used to be there. He sold to United Rentals last 2 or 3 years ago. And this property, over the years, he's been there for 50 years. Over the years, he's bought different properties and assembled about 65, 70 acres over there over the years. It's all over the board as far as zoning is concerned. And we're just trying to get everything zoned C2 for future development in the near future, hopefully. And this is part of that. And that's why I'm here.
Okay, thank you very much. This item has been noticed for public hearing. Are there any members of the public wishing to be heard? Seeing none, I will close public hearing. I will pass it back to the commission. Anybody have any comments or questions? Commissioner Schlottman.
Yes, Madam Chair, through you. We've reviewed this item before. We found this to be appropriate in the past. It's still appropriate today. If you look at the overhead or the TVs, you'll see that it's surrounded by C2, C1, T4, T5, and this is some of these things that they're asking for doesn't have the lot width and so on and so forth. But that's just until they get it rezoned, then they can remap the whole thing. They can't remap properties that aren't zoned the same. And the RE lots that are in there, none of them protested, and it was told to me that none of them have reached out and were upset.
I actually have letters of support from the.
So this is appropriate. There's going to be a great development that comes in here at some point. This isn't going to be residential. It's surrounded by commercial, and hopefully we'll see a good, exciting project come through.
For sure.
Thank you, Commissioner. You said you had letters of support. Did you want to submit those into the record?
I submitted them to the city council last year on some other properties, so they have them.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair, on item number 32, ready to make a motion.
Please do.
That's item 25-0592, 32A, 32B, and 32C. Move to approve, subject to staff's conditions, and you agree to staff conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. Please post, and that carries.
And that item will move on to City Council on February 18th.
Thanks, gentlemen. Okay, and final public hearing item 33, 25-0595 SUP1, applicant Aaron Nagash, owner Shri Ganesha Inc., for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for a proposed 6,917 square foot alcohol on-premise full use at 700 Fremont Street, Suite A, Ward 3 Diaz. Staff recommends approval. May we have the staff report, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The request is to increase the square footage allowed to serve alcohol in an on-sale capacity within the existing establishment. Staff finds the existing establishment remains harmonious and compatible with the existing development in the area, and staff is recommending approval. Please note, an additional documentation of protest has been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, sir. If you want to go ahead and state and spell your name for the record, give us your address and tell us about the project. Now it is.
Oh, Aaron Nagash, ARRONNEGASH, 5408 Dilly Circle, 89031. I'm looking for the special use permit for on-premise full use alcohol at 700 Fremont Street, Unit A. We already got it approved last commission meeting, but the square footage was incorrect, so we look to get it corrected tonight. It's called Limelight Social Club. We do a daytime cigar rooftop lounge, and then at night we have a nightclub with hookah, and throughout the whole entire day we're a full service restaurant with to-go available.
Okay, thank you very much. This item has been noticed for public hearing. Are there any members of the public wishing to be heard? Okay, seeing none, I will close public hearing. I will pass it back to the commission. Anybody? Commissioner Schlottman.
Yes, through you, Chairwoman. How's your improvements coming along? You getting pretty close to opening?
Yes, we actually opened on New Year's Eve with a special use event one. So we opened then, and we already got approval for the upstairs, but we didn't have the square footage for the downstairs. So we've been running simply just the rooftop since New Year's, and it's been going pretty smooth. We just want to get that downstairs because it's been pretty chilly these past few weeks.
Absolutely. I walked that building a couple times, and anyways, congrats on your space, and let's see about getting you open.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
All right, Madam Chair, ready to make a motion?
Please do.
Item 3325-0595 SUP1, move to approve subject to staff's conditions, and you agree to all staff's conditions, sir?
Yes.
Thank you.
A motion on the floor, please cast your votes. Please post. And that motion carries.
That is final action unless appealed to the city clerk in 10 days.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right, item 25-0593, DIR1, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action on a request for the election of the 2026 Planning Commission officers. Staff has no recommendation. So at this time, I would like to make a motion or nomination and a motion on my nomination for chair for next year. And I would like to nominate Serena Kasama. It is tradition that the chair passes to the vice chair, and I think that Serena will do a fabulous job. Got a little preview tonight, so I'm very excited to make a motion to appoint Serena as the chair of the Planning Commission for 2026. And there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. Please post. Great. And that carries. Congratulations, Madam Chair. And then we need to make a motion for vice chair. At this time, I would like to nominate Commissioner Schlottman to be our vice chair. I just want to say how much I appreciate all of his mentorship and support during this year when I was chair. I was sort of like the rare bird where I didn't pass through vice chair, and so I could not have done it without all of his tag teaming and all of his help. So I would like to make a motion to have Trinity provide that same support to Chair Kasama next year, and that's my motion. So, motion on the floor, please cast your votes and please post. And that carries.
And because those were public hearings, those are final action. Let's appeal to the city clerk in 10 days.
Great. Congratulations, Chair and Vice Chair. All right.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Quickly, before we move into citizens' participation, I have a quick amendment to item number 22. We inadvertently left out a condition of approval for this item. I did speak to the applicant, Justin Miller, verbally on the phone. He concurs with this added condition. So we would like to add the following condition to item 22, and it reads as follows. An administrative required review shall be conducted 1 year from the date of final inspection for the sign. Thank you.
Process question for the city attorney for 22. Do we just need to rescind the motion and then redo the motion?
Correct.
Okay. So for item 22, I believe Commissioner Schlottman made the motion. If you wanted to just remake the motion on 22 and add that condition in. Oh, wait, do we have to make a motion?
All right, on item 22, 25-0529 VAR1, rescind the previous motion.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. And please post. And the motion to rescind carries.
And through you, Madam Chair, could I have staff read that into the record again?
Sure thing. Through you, Madam Chair. So 22 has a total of 2 added staff conditions. The first condition that was added by staff was the subject sign shall not be illuminated between the hours of 9 p.m. and 6 a.m. And this follow-up condition is a condition of approval. An administrative required review shall be conducted 1 year from the date of final inspection for the sign.
Okay, thank you. On Item 22, 25-0529 VAR1, move to approve, subject to staff's conditions and the 2 edit conditions as read into the record by Mr. Solis.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. Please post, and that motion carries.
And those items are, or that item, excuse me, is final action unless appealed to city clerk in 10 days.
Okay, and then finally, citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. No subject may be acted upon by the Planning Commission unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. Do I see anybody for citizens' participation? I will just say, thanks, guys, for a fantastic year serving as chair. Everybody has been so fantastic. I really appreciated all of the help from staff, all of the support from my awesome fellow commissioners, and yeah, so this is the last time I get to do this. So we are adjourned.